Just give me some time to figure this out, and then I promise you I'll explain. But I don't. And people do that all the time. There'll be like something drastically going wrong at work, right? And I won't give them the specifics, obviously, but I'll be fixing it, and then I'll get like 10 messages about it, and then somebody will come to my office, and it's like, "What do you think I'm doing right now? Would you like me to stop trying to fix this so that I can explain to you what's going on instead of just fixing it?" Like, that just doesn't make any sense. If it's my job to fix it, then I'm going to fix it. But I'm not going to have 20 conversations about what I'm doing to fix it.
You want to know what's going on in my head?
Well, yeah, go ahead.
You explaining all of that,
yeah.
I pictured you sitting at your desk with the fucking play toy where you got to put the square in the circle. And it's a bunch of people psychoanalyzing you.
That's so funny. They're like, they know how easy it is to fix. They're just like, just use a square because it's a square hole or like or a circle, whatever it is. Like, and I'm like, I don't want to know about it. I'm doing it. It's my job to put the square in the circle. And I'm like this, and they're like, they're desperately trying to get me to put a circle in the circle. But no, it's a difficult stuff. You wouldn't understand. You're just a podcaster, okay? But no, like that.
Yeah.
I try not to do that to people. Like, if it's their thing to fix it, I'm not going to go like, what are micromanage or desperately find out what's going on unless they're under me. Then sometimes you have to figure stuff out.
Yeah. You got to hit on about Baja mode sometimes, you know? Yeah, this business wasn't built on traction control.
Nothing I touch is ever traction control. It's got a constant Baja mode. I live in Baja mode.
Dude, I went Baja mode this morning.
How so?
Oh, man, I pranked. You know the lady that called me homeless all the time?
Which one, dude?
The one that you met.
There's a long list.
You know what I'm talking about.
You mean the people that walk by you on the street and turn for a box?
Yeah.
I'm sure many of them are women.
Yeah, they never vocalize it, but whenever it's me, they're like, that guy's homeless, right?
From the smell. No, okay, yes, I do.
This morning, okay, so here, let's start off with this, dude. I have this, maybe nobody else feels this way, but there's something about holding doors for people, right? You hold the door for people that aren't your people you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. And there's protocol. It's like, if you're going inside first, and I hold the door for you, you're still first in line, you know? Like, if I show up first, I understand if I show up first, but I hold the door for somebody behind me, they, in turn, have the opportunity to, show fealty and let me go before them in line, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that was the case this morning where I showed up first, but I held the door for two ladies, and they were looking at items on the menu, but it was very busy at this place that called me homeless, the coffee shop.
Yeah.
And I still waited for them to finish, and then they went first. Because, dude, I'm just doubling up the fucking gratuity here, And then I go after them, but there's another lady behind me now. And then the lady that calls me homeless was like, I guess you're being kind today,
yeah.
attitude kind of.
Yeah.
And then I was like, yeah, and she's busy, she turns around, and then the other lady really quietly went, and then she turns around and starts talking to me, but it's not me, it's this lady. And then I just go, I pranked her, dude.
Oh, I see. That's funny. Mm-hmm. So did you hear what she said to the lady?
She's like, did you do that on purpose? And then she turned around, and it was this lady, and then the face she made was all worth it, dude.
That is embarrassing when you say that thing. You say something, but it's not the person. That was, like that for me all the time. So I forget. Do you know what did the lady have any interaction on that?
The lady was thrown off. She's like, wait, are you next? She looked at me. I'm laughing hard. So she thinks that she got pranked?
Yeah.
But really, she was just a pawn in my game of chess. You feel me? It's this game of 40 chess we're playing.
So that lady thought she was being pranked? Like, yeah. Well, I guess in a way she was sort of. She's part of it. Yeah. You prank two people at once.
Dude, and it feels so good.
You're basically Sal Volcano.
Yeah.
Because I was in the back, but that was like, two more people, okay?
Oh my God! Speaking of which, dude, Foul Play by Anthony Davis is a new prank show. Dude,
really?
It's fucking.
Oh man, the NBA player?
Yeah.
On the Wizards.
He was like talking about. I saw him on Draymond Green's podcast, another NBA player, And he's like, I just love Impractical Jokers, which is just funny to me. Some 7-foot dude that's dominated the NBA loves watching Impractical Jokers.
Plus, Draymond Green is so like angry, right? The last person you think would be in the Impractical Jokers. I feel like I don't know a lot about
Anthony Davis was in Impractical Jokers.
Oh, but didn't you say Draymond Green was also in there?
No, so he was on Draymond's podcast.
Oh, and he was saying how much he was. Yeah. Okay, so that makes more sense. We don't know how Draymond Green feels about it. Okay. Yeah, and I mean, not the sports talk because I know they hate it, but Anthony Davis on the Wizards, that's my team. You know they're the worst team in the league.
Yeah.
And that means that they're going to get the #1 pick.
Does not mean that, but
they could, right? They have a good chance.
They have an 18% chance, something like that.
I hope they do because that one guy that's in college, I don't know how to say his last name, AJ Dubinson or whatever. That guy is insanely good at basketball. He's so fucking good.
Yeah.
If we get him, then I might start watching again. Basketball could be interesting.
Oh, fuck you.
Once again,
have you ever seen LeBron James?
Yeah, boring. Next. Don't care how big it is. Nice. Not big enough. Dude, that guy AJ is insanely good.
Yeah.
The Wizards might legit be good if they get him.
Yeah.
If they don't, I go back to not caring at all.
Yeah, it's gonna be like the Celtics get AJ or something crazy.
That would be. Aren't they really good though?
Yeah.
That would be totally unfair.
Yeah.
They got it. That's what I need. I need that.
You got AJ Dubinson, Darren Peterson, and Cam Boozer.
Those aren't. I don't know who. I know Boozer because who's the other one you said?
Darren Peterson. He's number 2 for the pick.
Does he play in college or is he international?
He's I think college.
Okay.
I don't Kentucky. I could be wrong.
Oh, don't care. That guy AJ is way better than those two clowns. I can't, dude. That would be so cool. We finally get somebody that's good because then they'd have him. They'd have Anthony Davis and Trae Young, and then they have 2 people that are scoring more than those guys, McCollum and Coulibaly. Star, right?
Sar, Coulibaly, McCollum. McCollum's old as fuck. That's enough basketball.
Right, sorry.
And we hit our fucking quota.
Yeah.
Like, and you know what though? I'm willing to do more.
One thing I did do, I'm wearing the hat from it. I went to see Springsteen.
Oh, dude.
Tickets, yeah. It's pretty cool.
So, land of hope and dreams, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it was very political this year.
Oh, wow.
Springsteen had...
You were cheering the whole time.
Woo! Look at me, dude. I have my Martha's Vineyard shit on, a Bruce Springsteen hat, dude. I've reached...
Ukutana nayo ndimo abona shaka shaka mutratino sakale tupe Ukutana nayo abona shaka mutratino unmotivated. Look, Shem, baby, super little. Shema, Israel, Adonai, Elohim, Adonai, Echad. Reaching for the super little. Shema Yisrael, Adonai, Elohim, Adonai Echad.
So what could the evidence? He's actually shoved and touched it. He's not supposed to shove touch it. But after the fact, he shoved it this $5,000. He goes to the wall. What can I do? I was pumping. And I brought a karma and I shoved it in. So the rabbi says, he touches his stuff. 100% I didn't touch it. But without his so that's how after the fact, the rabbi could say, okay, good call. So that's something you have to see these three things. What's the pseudo Mishnah? What's the Didiah Mishnah? And then the next line is who owns the shop? Because honestly, as the Gemara repeats itself 6 times in a row, word for word. What's the full shop? It can't mean the Torah shows the common that we just mentioned a second before, but then we'll say Bikim, and if these Torah shows the common, so it's a plural. It must be what we're talking about. And like usually it's within what that sheet says. So right now we're talking about Tomei or touching. Oh, the food is touch. So something if they shut it, touch it. And somebody saw it. What's the shop? What's the word there? And they saw it. The word shop is they saw it. Somebody was watching the eat that part. And the shepherd ran away. So we asked the guy that saw it. You see, if you touch the animal by mistake, no, you didn't find it. Okay, then it's kosher. That's a kosher shop. Say it's the first one. Now the Gemara asks, what time is Purim? What are you watching the video? Because a share. Why? Why is he in the video like a share? Maybe that's a dead person. So for that, we're going to see a beautiful halacha. Another shit. Just follow. Every day we learn this part. The way it works is, and this is of course for the new people, guys that are here for a year or so. Inside out. This is second nature. This is the chart of Tumah. It goes in levels of Tumah. The worst is Rabbi and it's drops. So, a dead person is the worst in the world. You can't get any worse than that. A sheret is one step below. It's only Avatar. A person that touches a dead person, it goes to funeral, touches a dead person, is only a that person that touched a dead person, that touches food or another person, whatever it is, daily, it drops to a level person. A reshot touches food, it drops to a level. Okay. So, if a person went to a funeral, and after the funeral, he decided to touch this leg, he got a little wet like this. That was water. Jimmy's out. So you really fucked up. See blood. Okay. Let me ask you something. Person went to Lavaria. He's out of coma. Touches this. What does this become? It's become a reshot. It's a drop coma. No. Picture this. This becomes what I am. If this touches a dead person, this becomes a dead person. This becomes a BFS. If a person who's out of coma touches this, so this becomes Avatar. That's the Gemara. If this is Avatar, then you slice the animal with this, you skin with this. So what did the animal become? What's that blessed? What's the blessed? What's the blessed of Avatar is what? A Rishon. So we came Monday. What did you gain by a long knife? You said, oh, you use a long knife, it's great. You're Monday. And you touch the knife. And the knife was like you. In fact, the same question could happen even if the knife is not like you. The knife is you is better. But let's say it's still being shiny, so hey, it's no good. So we're a Rishon. It can be a Rishon. Even if it drops level, it can still be a Rishon. So that's all fine. So that's the right question. I told you this is about what happened. How is this coming? Now, this is only applies for boys. That's the finish of today. Another finish. This halacha is only has to do with dead people. But when a sheret touches a knife, the knife doesn't become a sheret. It doesn't become a tumah. It actually transforms to a rishon. A dead sheret. Always a dead sheret. Yes. Or a dead sheret. why I did a follow plug. Yeah. Let me show you again. Right here. You don't want to gross people out with dead stressing, so here, look, check this out. He's in a puddle of blood. Say, show me. It looks alive, but that's not going to puddle of blood. Fine. Next. That's the Gemara. I thought it did come in right. How did it go? Either it come in basic because the person, let's say a person that went to Lafaya. The person that went to Lafaya is the Anasu. But Allah Khair on our blood. Khair, right? The knife has the same halacha as the person. Avatul. So he's an avatul. He becomes avatul. Then if you can miss the sake of the knife, avatul. The sake of the muscle. Then the knife goes and comes to the middle. So the middle is back one level from avatul. It goes down to the rishon. So he's a rishon. Hello. A lot of people get so nervous when they hear the whole thing is coming higher. That's it. That was the whole. Like basically, it's just dropping levels and that's it. There's a few little variations and stuff, but that's the basic to it to higher. A lot of people are not familiar. Hello, says the word of the time of Sheret. Sheret is a and the knife drops down to a reason. What is saying? Well, I don't know if it's makes the right person. No. The person, right? The person touches the shirt. The person becomes a reason. The person himself, the shirt Sabbath. Anybody touches the shirt, drops a level. What is saying? Well, why does he come in place? You can say that he touched the dead person. And the gun should fall in. We're not dealing with this kind of knife. And that's the question I asked yesterday. What if you just keep it with a plastic knife? Are you answer yes? The answer was with the rock. With the glass. Whatever you want. What did Tommy make? There's another person of our children. He's saying that also the baby started with a rock. Baby swimmers. The shot goes out. And it used to be the middle that everybody used the rock. Everybody used the rock. Use the rock. Until Donamella threw a stone at Goliath. And the rock asked permission from the metal to pierce the helmet. So I said, what are you going to give me? He said, I'll give you, I'll trade you. I'll let me go in there. And then you can start use knives from me. So the tree should be able to get it. This is evil. What is the bell for the phone? Say, what is the bell? Sorry, bell for the bell for the phone. Okay. Mila, that's what I'm for. Yeah. So just to review that video that we have done there. Here we go. Just this part. And this is still the end of that video. Tell you a real quick story. I just heard it, so I'll share it from Rabbi Haber. He gave a Russian class in the story that's again is our parents. He's a boy who works for Bahari Phillies, or Phillies space in Illinois. They all on the spot. And they come into Bahari, everybody's fast says, "No, what are you learning?" He says, "I'm learning English." What parent? So the father says, "Show me." Yeah, show me. So he goes for and asks him all these questions that are showing. And the boy doesn't know. No, zero. He got a zero on his test. So the other guy's flying up. The next one is the dentist from New York. What's his name?
What's up, babies? 20th of Sivan, 5786, Friday, June 5th. I've been doing this for 161 days. Common, thank God. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve. Chava, 3631. Seth, son of Adam, was born. 35, 26, 235. Enosh, son of Seth, was born. 34, 36, 325. Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. 33, 66, 395. Noah, son of Kenan, was born. 3301, 460. Year, son of Noah, was born. 31, 39. Hanok, son of Year, was born. 30, 74, 687. Methuselah, son of Hanok, was born. 2, 28, 87, 874. Lamech, 2, son of Methuselah, was born. No one really knows for sure. Eli by Eli, Bibber, Eli, Chaim, but this is the story they live by. So if everything goes well with the podcast today.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, first and foremost, I just really want to thank everyone for taking the time to join me on this journey through Jewish mysticism. This is some of the weirdest stuff. I mean, it's sort of like ancient science fiction. And so I really appreciate folks taking the time to join me as we begin to explore some of this vast and I think really, really amazing and beautiful and very controversial literature.
So that said, again, also just really stoked that some of the really awesome people. I mean, it's like scholars like Ashley Moore. It's really thank you so much. Ashley is an amazing scholar of Marxism, who I really admire a lot. So having folks in the room that are so smart and just willing to take the time to listen to me, I guess I'm just really humbled by that. So thank you all for coming along with me on this journey entering the garden. As I mentioned in the email, the term garden here is from pardes, right, which is this big word in Jewish mysticism that often mystics are described as going down into a garden. In Jewish mysticism, we don't typically go up, which is a little unusual, right? We typically think of mysticism as going up towards God or whatever that is up there. But typically in Jewish mysticism, we go down, we descend into things. And so the sort of lobby of the world of the mystical is this pardes, this garden. And what's really amazing is that we all get to enter this garden together. And I will say that in traditional Jewish lore, especially found in the Talmud and through the Middle Ages, this is considered to be a relatively dangerous journey. In the very famous story, as you may know, in the Babylonian Talmud, in Tractate Chagiga, 4 people went down into the garden, and only one came out alive, basically, right? So one became a heretic, one became insane, one died, and only one, Rabbi Akiva, emerged. And so we'll talk about that really famous story here in just a couple of weeks. So Jewish mysticism is, on the one hand, I think, an incredibly intriguing domain of study, but it also has always had an undercurrent of danger. And we'll see some of that undercurrent of danger as we get into it as well. So, what kind of class is this going to be? How are we going to approach this material? Well, I wear my methodology on my sleeve. I am a historical materialist. So when I approach this material, I try to approach it from a historically minded, material understanding of history. And what that means is that I try to locate historical ideas and persons and other kinds of concepts in the environment in which they emerge. I don't try to do sort of general mystical ideas about what this stuff might mean. You have to do that on your own time because I don't have the mental capacity to tell you what half this stuff means. I can tell you what got written down, by whom, and why, and maybe something about the world in which it got produced. But what it might mean for your spirituality, for instance, is something that might just be, frankly, completely beyond me. But what we'll be looking at through the course of this class is a kind of guided tour of the major concepts, the major texts, the major history and personalities that go into Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. One of the things I really hope that you get out of this class as we work through it is, for me, Kabbalah has always been incredibly intimidating. The books of the Kabbalah are very intimidating. And part of what I hope to do is give you confidence and give you enough context that if you wanted to dive deeper into Kabbalistic books, you could do that. Right? So you could pick up a copy of the Zohar or the Sefer Yetzirah or other major historical Jewish mystical texts, and that you could feel confident that you could dive into them. Now, sink or swim, that's probably up to you, but you can at least feel the confidence to make the dive. So what I'm not going to do, what my aim isn't in this class, is I can't make you a Kabbalist, right? I'm not a Kabbalist. I don't identify as a Kabbalist. And so I can't make you a Kabbalist. I think it takes a Kabbalist to make a Kabbalist. I think it works like that. Like it takes a rabbi to make a rabbi. I think it takes a Kabbalist to make a Kabbalist. And I ain't no rabbi, and I ain't no Kabbalist. So I don't have the ability to make you a Kabbalist. Now, that's not to say that some of these ideas might very well prove to be incredibly positive in your spiritual life and your spiritual development. And if that's the case, that's fantastic. But I don't want anyone to have the idea that what I'm going to be teaching is how to do Jewish mysticism. Because I don't know how to do Jewish mysticism, or if I did, I would be doing that in a different class, maybe. So we're going to be studying it again from a historical, academic perspective, as opposed from studying it as trying to be mystics. So we're not going to be doing much in the way of meditating on Hebrew letters to measure the body of God, which was a thing in Jewish mysticism. We'll talk about it yet. They measured the body of God.
God has really long fingers, which is really creepy. So we'll get to that this kind of mysticism later. So what do I mean by mysticism? This is a word that is really difficult to pin down. It's one of these words like religion or magic, where scholars and academics have no real consensus about what this word means. So I'm just going to throw out a really stipulative definition of what I'm going to mean by mystical in this class. And you're certainly going to hear the fact that I come from a philosophical background. And so coming from a philosophical background, I think about mysticism largely in a philosophic lens. And what I mean by mystical is a non-rational mode in which one experiences or learns about fundamental reality, right? So, and in addition to that, right, it's also the traditions that accrue, right, because of those kinds of experiences. Now, and by the way, the word tradition there, right, I'm kind of punning on it in Hebrew, right? The word Kabbalah actually means received, and it has a sense of tradition, right? So I'm kind of punning a little bit on what this word mysticism. When I say non-rational, what I want you to hear is not irrational, right? It's not like mystics can just say whatever they want. They can't do that. They're inside of traditions, they're inside of cultural contexts, they're inside of religious settings. And so what they say, as daring as it might be, is always situated and only makes sense within a specific context. So it's not just irrational. They're not just saying random crazy things. Right? Sometimes mystics are thought of being somehow crazy or something like that, and that's not the case. In fact, many mystics in many traditions are incredibly systematic in how they go about doing their mysticism. Think of Hildegard of Bingen, the great German Christian mystic. But when I say non-rational, what I do mean here is that they're not going to be giving us arguments. The mystic's not going to tell you A, then B, then C, therefore you should deduce D. And they're not going to be saying something like, I did an experiment, and from my experiment, my induction is a 75% certainty that blah, 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 blah. They're not doing any of that. They're having visions, they're having experiences, and they're reporting back on the content of those experiences or the way that those experiences have transformed them personally. So when I say non-rational, I want you to hear neither irrational nor rational. Non-rational, something in between, something in between. I should also say just a little bit out of the gate about the distinction here to be made between Jewish mysticism more generally and Kabbalah more specifically. We now, in the sort of sloppy vernacular that we use the term Kabbalah to describe all of Jewish mysticism. It's a bit of a mistake. The Kabbalah, right, is a very specific kind of Jewish mysticism that began to emerge in the 13th century. Now, 13th century of the Common Era, mostly in southern France and Spain. So we're going to get to the Kabbalah, and obviously we're going to spend a lot of time on Kabbalah, but we got to get there. And the Kabbalah wasn't cut out of whole cloth. It didn't just emerge out of nothing. And so many of the complex ideas that you may have heard of in Kabbalah, like Tikkun Olam, which is a Kabbalistic idea, the reparation of the world, or the idea of Tzimtzum, the contraction into which God sort of shrinks God's self to project the universe or the cosmos, those ideas don't come out of whole cloth, and we're going to have to do a little bit of work to get there, but get there we will. So think about Kabbalah as a specific type of Jewish mysticism, and there are other Jewish mysticisms that also existed prior to the Kabbalah, right? So there are other forms of Jewish mysticism that existed prior, although many of those prior forms of mysticism were absorbed into Kabbalah. So this is part of the reason why it gets a bit confusing. So, suffice to say, Israelite or Jewish mysticism extends probably back before history. What I mean by history, of course, here is just the history of writing, when the ancient Israelites began to write things down. And as we'll see in a moment, some of the earliest texts that have been recovered in Israelite literature are, interestingly enough, both composed by women and also both composed by mystic women. So we'll get to those in just a minute. But I think this is a weird thing that, for whatever reason, doesn't get enough press, that some of the earliest Israelite literature is by women mystics. So why that doesn't get enough press is misogyny. But, right, it's true. If you're curious what you're seeing on the screen here on the left-hand side, this is an image of an amulet recovered from a burial site in Jerusalem called Ketef Hinnom. And what you're looking at is the earliest recovered archaeological section of the Hebrew Bible. So if you've ever wondered what the earliest text of the Hebrew Bible looks like, it's this. These are tiny little silver amulets that were recovered from a tomb. And for the folks here that read a little bit of Hebrew, you probably can see that this is a version of the priestly benediction. So the earliest fraction, the earliest text we have of the Torah is actually an amulet, a magical device put into a tomb, very likely to protect the dead, perhaps from malevolent supernatural forces. So in many ways, we might even say that the first appearance of the Torah in history is a supernatural, mystical appearance. It's an amulet. It's an amulet there to protect the dead, probably. If you've ever been to the Israel Museum, you may have seen this, and it's actually on both sides, and it's tiny. The little amulet's probably about that big, and the Hebrew letters here, as you can see, are not modern Hebrew letters. They are very old Paleo-Hebrew letters. The earliest case in which we can talk about an Israelite form of mysticism has to do with two different concepts. One concept is theophany, which means God appearing. We'll talk about it more in just a moment. And the other, of course, I'm sure many folks know, is prophecy, which is a case in which God, the Israelite God, Yahweh, is said to speak to people. And those people that Yahweh speaks to, in turn, speak on the behalf of Yahweh. And in fact, that's where the word prophecy comes from. The word prophet just means to speak for in ancient Greek. So core to ancient Israelite religion, like many ancient religions, was the idea that their God, their tribal God, Yahweh, spoke to people and communicated to people. Now, typically, when gods speak to people, that is non-rational, right? That's not rational. It's not rational, right? It's not like you can make a logical, deductive argument that God's speaking to you. And yet, prophets are often taken seriously and sometimes killed in history. But it's very clear from ancient Israelite society and the larger ancient Near East society that prophecy was a widely attested and important social vocation. So Yahweh talked to people, and those people said what Yahweh told them. And this is really important in two distinct ways. One way that's really important is that Yahweh does something very interesting with the ancient Israelites that we don't really see attested in many other ancient Near East cultures. And that is, Yahweh establishes a vassal contract with the Israelite nation. A vassal contract is just what it sounds like. A vassal contract is where a lesser power agrees to be ruled over by a stronger power, basically for protection. This is, if you want to think about this in terms of like, mafia, it's like paying protection money, right? The local mob boss comes down and says, you could get hurt out here. You might want to pay us a little money, we'll protect you. Well, Yahweh comes along and says, it's dangerous out there, you Israelites. Maybe you should worship me alone, and I'll protect you, right? And so, in many ways, the Torah is actually structured a lot like a vassal contract. In fact, if you read ancient Near East vassal contracts written in the Akkadian language, it's very clear that the writer of the Torah, these certain sections of the Torah, are emulating that contract language. They're diplomats. Diplomats had to be literate, and one of the things diplomats would have known, Israel was almost always a vassal state for the Egyptians or the Babylonians or the Syrians. Vassal contracts would have been part of their life, and making a vassal contract with their God would have made a lot of sense. This is also revolutionary because you're making a vassal contract with a God and not another country, which means that you're subservient fundamentally to some other being and not the king of Babylon or whatever. Now, this doesn't go well for the ancient Israelites, but it does establish what we call the Deuteronomic theology. And this is just a complicated way of saying if you have a contract, contracts always involve you getting things out of the deal. Well, the Israelites vowed that they would serve only one God, Yahweh, and Yahweh vows that if they do that, they will get the land, right? They will have the land, and a land flowing with milk and honey and all the rest, right? And the idea is they keep their side of the deal, the Israelites, then Yahweh will keep their side of the deal and protect them. Now, if you know anything about Jewish history, that relationship was rocky. Let's call it rocky. And this didn't happen for lots of reasons. There are lots of things that broke down in that process. Further, right, in addition to this whole vassal contract business between Yahweh and the Israelites, it also seems like there was a tradition within the Israelite community where Yahweh spoke to individual people. Those people typically called Nabi, right, prophets, Nabiim. These prophets would receive the message from Yahweh and then go communicate it to the broader Israelite community. It was almost always negative. The prophet, you never invite a prophet to a party. It will ruin any party you invite them to because they'll mostly spend all their time condemning everything you have your whole life. So prophets are the joy kill of all times. So prophets, as we know from ancient Israelite and other ancient Near East literature, are widely attested. Prophet was a job, right? You could be an independent freelance prophet. You could be an institutional prophet. We'll talk more about prophecy in a minute. What you're seeing on the screen here on the right-hand side is actually a divinatory device. I don't know if you can recognize what organ that is, but that is a liver. That is a liver. And what you see here is the liver is divided into certain sections, and there is cuneiform script on that liver. This is from the old Babylonian period. And what you would do, if you wanted to figure out the will of the gods, is that you kill an animal, typically a sheep, and you would take out their liver, obviously, and you would inspect it. And what this is a Babylonian liver inspection guide. And so if there are blemishes or deformities or other kinds of markings on the liver, livers are typically very smooth organs. If you've ever seen a liver, they're typically very smooth, but they sometimes have all kinds of markings and things on them. And what happens is that you would locate the markings, and you can see here there's a guide in old Akkadian, and it would tell you what the markings meant. So this might mean that bad things are going to happen, the king's going to die, whatever. And so there have been, by the way, hundreds of these recovered from ancient Mesopotamia, and divination was widely attested. I should also notice, just note here, that we separate divination and prophecy when it comes to talking about the ancient world, because the vast majority of prophets, contrary to what idea might come to your mind about what a prophet is, very few prophets predicted the future. That was a different job. Those were diviners. Diviners predicted the future. Prophets communicated via the God. The God would tell the prophet stuff, and then they would tell other people. That's a different job. Now, sometimes prophets did predict the future. In fact, in the Hebrew Bible, there's only a couple of occasions where prophets attempt to predict the future, and they're almost always wrong. One time Ezekiel attempts to predict the future, and he's wrong, and he has to go back later and be like, well, I meant that metaphorically or something. And so very few prophets attempt to predict the future. In the ancient world, that is a different job. We now think of prophets as predicting the future, but that's a modern idea, much more than an ancient Israelite idea or ancient Near Eastern idea. So let's talk about theophany first, right? So theophany just means God appearing. It just means that God appears to people, right? This was an idea in ancient Greek religion, but also in ancient Israelite religion. God is appearing to you currently on the screen. I don't know how many people have ever seen an image on the left. This is very likely an early depiction of the Israelite God, Yahweh. We think that is Yahweh for a couple of reasons. One, it says Yahu there in Hebrew, which was an abbreviation of Yahweh's name. And this coin was minted as part of the satrap of Yehud during the Persian period. And also we have a winged throne chariot that this is sitting in, and that image is very tightly associated with Yahweh in the book of Ezekiel, you're probably looking at a depiction of Yahweh. That's probably the Israelite God. We're fairly confident that is how ancient Judahites conceived of how their God looked. I don't know, how many people have seen this image before? Show of hands or things like this. Some folks have seen it. I think it's very interesting that most folks, when they see an image like this, they think of the idea that Yahweh is not allowed to be depicted. But clearly here on the coinage is Yahweh. I also like that Yahweh has a six-pack. I really appreciate that. Yahweh does not skip ab day. So God appearing, right? God appearing is a relatively common motif in ancient religions. In fact, many ancient religious rituals were meant to compel the god to appear. This would be in temples and other kinds of locales, and you would do rituals to make the god appear to you. And so, what's interesting about the Israelite theophany, God appearing, is that sometimes the Israelite writers like to depict their image of Yahweh as a kind of divine monarch, sort of like a king sitting on a throne. Very common image. And if you had the chance to read the section in Isaiah, the theophany of Isaiah, that's exactly what you get, is a kind of divine leader sitting on a throne. However, what's also important is that the ancient Israelites had developed at some point an allergy to depicting their God. They thought of their God as incorporeal and as invisible. And in other texts, most famously the text of the theophany to Moses, Yahweh actually tells Moses that if you see me face to face, you'll die. You cannot see me face to face. Although later in the book of Deuteronomy it does say you saw me face to face. Whatever, the Bible has all kinds of editorial problems. And we do see images where God appears to the Israelites, but always occluded somehow. One of the main depictions in the book of Exodus is God is hidden in the Arathel, which means something like the gloom or the darkness. And there's all kinds of light and lightning all around where the God is, but the God himself is actually hidden somehow in the darkness. So God appears, but God is also hidden at the same time. So the Israelites are always trying to navigate. On the one hand, they want to be able to claim, our God appeared to us on Mount Sinai and gave us the law. And this is our contract. We have a contract with God, and that's what makes us special, a chosen people. And on the other hand, they're like, yeah, and our God's invisible. You can't see our God. Our God doesn't have a body, doesn't live in a place. God's a God of everything. And so God also appears quasi-invisible as well. The main accounts that we have of theophanies in the Hebrew Bible are the main three, right, or four actually. We have the theophany to Abraham, or Abram at that time, right? His name hadn't been changed yet. Where God appears to Abram and says, hey, you need to follow me and do what I say, right? Move out of Ur of Canaan, and move to Canaan and set up shop there. We don't learn a lot about God in that instance. The other three theophanies that are important are the Moses theophany, that is to say, the one in which God appears to Moses, both in the burning bush. So notice again, God is there and not there at the same time. The voice comes out of the bush, but it's not like there's a person there that Moses sees. Again, there's a relationship to God that they want to keep separate, unlike perhaps other nearby religions. Although I will say that the two most important theophanies that we have in Israelite literature are the ones to the prophet Isaiah and the one to the prophet Ezekiel. And I don't know if you had the chance to read the theophanies to Isaiah and Ezekiel. They're very strange, especially the Ezekiel one. It's notoriously weird. But the one thing that we do know about those theophanies is that in both cases, they are terrifying. You do not want Yahweh showing up for you, right? This being is not your friend. This being is not your buddy. It's not your drinking partner. This being is a terrifying being that when they do show up, the people that seem to see this being I would say quaking in their boots. The text says they are quaking, like literally, they are shaking in terror. And this is one of the things that we see in Israelite literature, beginning in the Hebrew Bible, but extending into other mystical literature, is that the experience of the divine is terrifying. We have the word awesome, right? But notice how we say all full of all, the word gets negative. All full is bad, but all some is good. Some all is okay. It's like a rainbow. A lot of all is bad. It's all full. But when God appears to you, when Yahweh appears to the Israelite prophets, it is a terrifying experience. We even have records of their bodies physically shaking, sweating. They lose the ability to speak, things like that. What we think is that the instances of Ezekiel and Isaiah may have been part of what we might call an Israelite shamanism. Now, I don't like to use the word shamanism in a willy-nilly way. I think that shamanism, as you may know, was a religious practitioner, an ecstatic expert, primarily found in Siberia. And this idea that shamanism has been taken out of this context and applied more generally, I'm a bit skeptical of that process. I don't like using terms like that in a kind of a rough and ready way. But what we see is that the ecstatic expert, or the shaman, is able to withstand a visitation from Yahweh. And from that visitation, they're able to extract certain kinds of information about what needs to be done. And so, in much in the same way that traditional shamans will often travel to the spirit world in order to cure people, it seems like something analogous is happening with some forms of Israelite prophecy, where the shamans are being visited by Yahweh, and Yahweh is basically telling them how to fix their country. Right? Most of what goes on in prophecy is criticism of society in a general way, and the idea is by criticizing society along religious and social terms, then the Israelites can restore their relationship with Yahweh, and therefore Yahweh will continue to protect them and allow for the prosperity of the land. So the prophets don't cure individual people. You can think about them much more like shamans, but they're shamans for the entire community. So again, this is where using some of these terms can be a little bit misleading and a little bit unclear, but I think that the term does track, at least in a general way. We think that the experiences of the prophets Isaiah and the prophets Ezekiel, the literary record that we have in the Hebrew Bible, probably actually represents an experience. Which is just to say that the persons of Ezekiel and Isaiah probably did experience some kind of mystical event. And they record that event, and it is that recording of it is found in the Hebrew Bible. Now, Ezekiel is especially interesting in this regard because if you've read other texts of Ezekiel, you'll know that he is really unusual as a person. He seems to do really extreme things like lie in the street naked for days at a time. So he may have been suffering from some kind of underlying mental health condition, right? We don't know. I mean, again, it's not for me to pathologize Ezekiel or to diagnose him because I have the ability to neither. But from the record, it seems like Ezekiel may have had some other kinds of mental health concerns, what we would say now, which is also interesting because it shows that what is insanity in one culture is prophecy in another, right? That a shaman functioning in one culture, right, is completely normal. But you take them out of that and put them into capitalism where they can't work, and now they're insane, they're crazy. And so it's just interesting to see how what counts as insanity can really change from culture to culture. Ezekiel is clearly a respected member of society, whereas I think now he might be institutionalized. So again, it's just interesting to notice how these things can shift enormously through time. It's also worth noting here that Ezekiel and Isaiah, the theophanies of Ezekiel and Isaiah, which the Isaiah one is also very terrifying, right? God appears to Isaiah, and basically Isaiah says, "I'm going to die," and he says, "I'm finished." Like, I'm going to die, and he doesn't die, and then he's basically anointed by God to tell the message of Yahweh. What's really important about both of these visions is that they will become the foundations for an entire school of Jewish mysticism called Merkabah Merkaba literature, or chariot literature. This form of Jewish mysticism, which we'll get to not next time, but the time after that, this was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for 800 years. So if you want to think about the Kabbalah as existing now for about 800 years, Merkaba mysticism was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the 800 years prior to that. So this chariot mysticism, and again, when I say chariot mysticism, you should always keep in mind, right? This is how Yahweh is depicted, as literally riding on a kind of winged chariot. Unsurprisingly, this form of mysticism is going to be very important. Just as a preview, Merkaba mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the rabbinical elite would descend into the palaces of Yahweh, and they would meet with various angels, and they would show angels these various passwords, and eventually they would be able to climb through the various heavens. And again, even I did it up, right? But they're not going up, they're going down in the mystical Yord day. They go down to the chariot. And they eventually are given a glimpse of the throne of God. Sometimes they're allowed to see the body of God, which I know that Jews are not supposed to believe that God has a body. They did. They were allowed to measure the body of God. We'll look at that literature. And in some cases, they were even allowed to sit on the throne of God and be transformed into angels. So if you ever want to be transformed into an angel, all you have to do is bypass a bunch of scary angels and sit on the throne of God. No big whoop. No big whoop. So that's a very cool form of mysticism, and we will get to it in a couple of weeks. So again, Merkaba mysticism, not Kabbalah. Different kind of Jewish mysticism, but anchored in the theophany of Ezekiel and Isaiah. So as I mentioned earlier, ancient Near East prophecy is very well attested. The only major exception is Egypt. Egypt is the outlier. For whatever reason, there's not much in the way of Egyptian prophetic literature. Now, there's a lot of debates about why that is. We do have a quasi-prophetic document called the Prophecy of Neferti that does exist from the ancient Egyptian world. But it seems like the ancient Egyptians, for a host of reasons, and I'm happy to talk more about that later if folks are interested, for whatever reason, institutional prophecy just didn't exist. It probably had to do with the fact that Egyptian religion was very highly centralized in the temple structure, and therefore the gods just didn't interact with human beings in the same way that they did in the wider Near East. But the ancient Egyptians just don't have much in the way of prophecy. We have a lot of ancient Egyptian religious literature, just not prophetic literature. I will say that outside of ancient Israel, the best attestation of prophecy in the ancient Near East world more generally is from the Neo-Assyrian period. Now, this may be a little deceptive because it just so happens that the Assyrian Empire was destroyed and they managed to burn down the main temple, the main library of Ashurbanipal. And when they burned that library down, the entire library was preserved. We have basically an entire ancient Neo-Assyrian library. It's like the Library of Ancient Alexandria, but over in Iraq. It has tens of thousands of cuneiform tablets that are in great shape because unlike burning libraries down now, right, because the books tend to burn, that's bad, if you burn down an ancient cuneiform library, right, those texts are all preserved on clay tablets. And burning clay tablets makes them more likely to survive. So, thank God they burned it down, right? Because had they not burned it down, it probably wouldn't have survived. So, we have the entire library of Ashurbanipal. It's in the British Library because they're great at stealing things. And so what we have is an enormous amount of literature from this time period, including prophetic literature. In the ancient Assyrian context, what they would do is that individual prophetic utterances would be requested by a leader, typically the king. Those utterances would be written down, and then a digest of those ecstatic utterances would be collected together on large clay tablets, and then those clay tablets would be stored in the library of Ashurbanipal. So we have individual utterances stored together on bigger tablets and then archived. The exact same thing happened in the ancient Israelite context too. many of the documents that we have, for instance, the book of Isaiah, is not written by one person. Isaiah is at least written by three people, right? At three different times with three different agendas. All of the various Isaiah texts got edited together into one digest, and that Isaiah prophecy became the book that we now know of as Isaiah. So the exact same literary and material culture in ancient Syria is also attested in ancient Israel, which we shouldn't be surprised about because ancient Israel isn't special. Now, I know that some of us were raised with this Joseph people stuff, but the ancient Israelites were an ancient Near Eastern people. And they did what other ancient Near Eastern people did. Sorry, not sorry. So we know a lot about ancient Neo-Assyrian prophecy. We'll get to Israelite prophecy in just a minute. We know a little bit about their prophetic techniques. We know, for instance, that they engaged in dancing. Dancing was one of the mechanisms by which both Israelite and Neo-Assyrian prophets managed to work themselves into a kind of ecstatic state. We don't know what the dancing looked like. Maybe it was the Dougie. I don't know. But whatever the dancing was, it seemed to have get them into it got them into an ecstatic state, and in those ecstatic states, they would shout what the god had to tell them, and a scribe would write those ecstatic utterances down. They also engaged in self-laceration. So, as you may or may not know, self-harm is a pretty common motif in many mystical practices, most famously, for instance, among the Maya people. The Maya would they would pierce their tongue or their genitals, and they would pull string with barbs on it through their tongue or genitals in order to make themselves in a great deal of pain. That blood would be gathered into a pot, and then the paper with the blood soaked would burn, and in the burning smoke, Maya kings would see visions. Self-harm is a very common thing that happens in many prophetic cultures. The self-harm also occurred in ancient Mesopotamian culture, and it seems like they engaged in something like flagellation, probably, to whipping themselves in order to use perhaps the endorphins or the serotonin release to get them into ecstatic states. Although there's some medical debate about whether blood loss would have been helpful in getting you into an ecstatic state. I don't intend to find out. So at any rate, self-harm was also part of this. Also notice that in the ancient Israelite law, there are several prohibitions on self-harm, especially in terms of religious self-harm, specifically things like tattooing and harming yourself on the occasion of the dead. So it seems like the Israelites knew about these practices and forbid them. So if you've ever heard things about you're not allowed to get tattoos if you're Jewish or whatever, it actually comes from those kinds of laws. Although also there's a persistent myth that if you have tattoos, you can't be buried in a Jewish graveyard. That's nonsense. I don't know where these weird things get started, but that's the thing people say, and they're wrong. We also know, interestingly enough, that ancient Near Eastern prophets could be both women and men. We have attestations of both women and men prophets. And we also, what's I think really important that doesn't get talked about enough, is that we have a third gender that is specifically connected to ancient Near Eastern prophecy. Specifically, the goddess Ishtar, who you may know from the name Esther. The name Esther is just the version of the name Ishtar. We know that the goddess Ishtar could convert your gender from typically male gender, man gender, to another third gender called Asinu. And these Asinu prophets would have their gender converted by Ishtar, and they could be converted and converted back on the command of the goddess. And while you were converted to this Asinu gender, this third gender, you would be serving the goddess Ishtar probably in a ritual sex working job in the temple precincts. And so we don't know a lot about this exactly because the literature is pretty scant. But I think what's interesting, again, from a material history and gender studies study of this, is that the only attestation we have of a certain third gender with its own kind of grammar. The grammar here actually means womb person, but womb person is in the masculine gender in Akkadian. So clearly, womb is associated with female people, whereas the word here is asinu. They're clearly making it a gender bending category. And you can have your gender, typically men. I don't know if there's any cases of women being assigned to be asinu, but men prophets could be shifted to the asinu gender. So if you're curious about that, FYI, there's a great study of that by the SBL called Prophets Male and Female. I can put it in the chat later. That is the most extensive study of this the role of gender and the asinu gender in ancient Near East prophecies. We only know of one Canaanite non-Israelite prophet, and that is Balaam, son of Beor, who you may know from the Torah. He's also attested in another place outside of the Bible. He's attested in a shrine that there's a plaster. The wall is plastered, and he's mentioned on the plaster of the wall. And he's mentioned in a non-Israelite language. I think it's Moabite. And so he must have existed and been quite famous. In fact, he's the only prophet from the ancient Canaanite world attested outside of the Bible. So he was famous enough that the Bible had to include him, and he was so famous that he was also attested outside of the Bible as well. However, no non-Israelite Canaanite prophetic texts survived. If they existed, which they very well did, they very well likely did, they didn't survive. The reason for that might be that they were written down on papyrus and simply didn't get copied because of the eventual supremacy of the Israelites and Yahwism. It could just be that they haven't been discovered yet. But we do not have records of prophets, non-Israelite prophets, leaving behind a literary record. Unlike, I should mention this text that is on the screen here. This is probably one of the most important ancient Near Eastern religious texts. This is called the Descent of Ishtar. This is a tale where Ishtar descends into the underworld. If you've never read it before, I highly encourage you to take a look at it. It is a description of Ishtar going into the underworld and ultimately becoming trapped there and having to escape. And it's a really fascinating text about Ishtar's journey to the underworld. Many religions have journey to the underworld motifs. Christianity, for instance, has a pretty famous journey to the underworld. Orpheus in the Greek legends. So this journey to the underworld business is a pretty typical religious literature. And the journey to Ishtar is especially really wonderful to read, especially if you want to read, again, prophetic literature and religious literature from the ancient world in which women are the central focus, unlike in Israelite mythology where it's all dudes all the time, for first. What we have in Israelite prophecy is a very complicated state of affairs. Very complicated state of affairs. Prophecy was a core component of ancient Israelite society. We know of hundreds of prophets from the ancient Israelite world. And when you put that into a sort of material cultural analysis, what that means is that Yahweh was perceived as basically being in constant contact with people. That is to say, you could kind of go down the street and there'd be a prophet in your village, very likely, and if you needed to get in contact with Yahweh, you could probably get into contact with Yahweh, like Yahweh at Yahweh.com or gov. And so prophecy was widely attested. So first thing that we know is that prophets occurred in both genders. We have both women and men prophets. And in fact, the oldest literature attested in the Hebrew Bible are both prophetic pieces of literature from women, specifically attributed to Devorah and Miriam. As you may know, the Song of the Sea and the Song of Devorah, found in the book of Judges, are probably the oldest pieces of the Hebrew Bible. They are so old that there's no definite article yet in Hebrew, right? They are very old, probably dating back to the Bronze Age. And what we think is that at this period, both of these prophetic pieces of literature, the Song of the Sea and the Song of Devorah, are what we call warband prophecy. Warband prophecy was a very common form of prophecy all throughout the world, in which a a prophet had contact with their God, and they would give advice specifically about military matters. And usually what would happen is you would consult the prophet about military matters, and then after you won, assuming you did, the prophet would sing your praises as having won on behalf of the God. And that's exactly what we have in the Song of Devorah and in the Song of Miriam. The Song of Devorah probably is a very early, probably Bronze Age or very early Iron Age account of a tribal conflict in which one group of people killed the other, right? This is also the story of Yael driving a tent spike through a dude's head, which is metal. And so, tent spikes through skulls, that's the thing. And if you read the Devorah account, especially in Hebrew, it's very archaic. And of course, the Miriam story also probably is a memory of some kind of skirmish that occurred in ancient Egypt, where the Israelites were able to escape or at least defeat the Egyptians in that case. So I think just what's interesting about this is that the earliest pieces of literature we have from the ancient Israelites that survive are mystical literature. They're accounts of the God speaking, and they're accounts of the God speaking to women in both cases. This may indicate, and again, we only have two pieces of evidence here, this may indicate that women served a unique role in very, very archaic Israelite prophecy. It may have been the case that because they were accepted from battle, that they were allowed to talk to God about the battle, or it may be the case that they had, for whatever reason, thought of as some extra kind of connection to Yahweh. We just don't know. We have no idea. And it just is conspicuous that this earliest pieces of literature are both attested to women. We also have independent prophets. I like to call them freelance prophets. Those are people that basically go around condemning people for everything. Those prophets that you probably know are famous people like Amos, who was very famous for condemning the social practices of the ancient Israelites, specifically their excesses, being very wealthy. Amos is probably the most social justice-y warrior guy of the Hebrew Bible. He really dislikes the fact that the Israelites are so wealthy and they use their wealth to oppress poor people. If you've ever read that great section on Yom Kippur, right, where it says, "This is the fast I want. I don't want you fasting from food and water. I want you fasting from all kinds of social injustice." That's Amos, right? And so those pieces that are really big in our tradition, I think some more progressive people, come from the prophet Amos. So he was an independent social critic. We also know that the Israelite state employed hundreds of prophets. Hundreds. We have at least two different cases where ancient Israelite kings would have hundreds of prophets in their employ, and those hundreds of prophets would go into ecstatic states. They would often act out their prophecy. So, for instance, if you thought that the king would be gored by an enemy, it's not uncommon that the prophets would actually have gore, like the horns made of iron, and they would dance around with the horns of iron in a very theatrical way, it seems. And that these theatrical shows where prophecy, ecstatic states, and theater really meshed together in ancient Israelite society. So we do know that the Israelite state, like the ancient Neo-Assyrian state, employed a huge number of prophets. It also seems like, by the way, FYI, that unlike other ancient Near Eastern peoples, the Israelites did not rely on astrology. The ancient Assyrians, ancient Babylonians had developed a very, very sophisticated form of astrology. The ancient Israelites rejected it for reasons that aren't clear. And they rejected it not because they knew better. It wasn't like the ancient Israelites somehow knew that astrology was wrong. It's probably just that they were jealous and they didn't have this sophisticated math. But the ancient Israelites do not like the idea of astrology. Rather, they like a direct contact with their God. All things told, none of them were terribly reliable when it came to predicting the future. They all got destroyed by somebody, and none of them saw it coming. We also know that there were roaming prophetic bands. These are sort of prophets that sort of roamed around the countryside. We know they had leaders. Samuel was a leader of such a band of roaming prophets. And we also know that they would roam around and they would play music and they would dance. Again, this is more dancing and music were attested in ancient Israel. One of my things I really miss is that We have no idea what any of this music would have sounded like. My idea is that it was always like some great metal or something. But we have no idea what their music sounded like. We have some vague ideas what the instruments were. And we do know that, for instance, the king Saul, the first Israelite king, came in contact with one of these roaming bands of ancient Israelite prophets, and he also immediately fell into an ecstatic state. So it seems like going into ecstatic states was a thing that was, I don't want to say normal, but normalized. It was a thing that could be expected of that. So these bands would come through your town, and you might go into an ecstatic state and commune with Yahweh. We do know of several women who were engaged in prophecy, and they had, in some cases, very high rankings in society. One thinks of the prophetess Huldah. Huldah is primarily known from the book of Kings, where the king Josiah, the Judahite king Josiah, finds a Torah scroll in a wall, has it written down to justify his political agenda, and which is the Torah we still have, by the way. Like, it basically is a piece of political propaganda from the 6th century BC, which no one talks about that. That's the thing. But Huldah is actually a woman prophet who is an immigrant, a refugee from the north. She's living in a suburb of Jerusalem, and she's consulted to basically vet whether or not this scroll found in the wall is true. And of course, she does the very wise thing and says that it is. Yeah, I'm sure her neck was on the line. So we do know that women had a relatively high-ranking position of power as prophets. They were not allowed to be priests, but they were allowed to be prophets, and they could do things as high level as basically vet scripture. And again, I want to restate that just so folks hear it. This is a woman vetting the legitimacy of the Bible. That is enormously important in the history of Judaism and in the history of religion, I think, more generally, considering how completely excluded women are on almost every level in this historical thing. The ancient Israelites vetted scripture, vetted the Torah almost as we know it, at least the book of Deuteronomy, by a woman, by the woman Huldah. We know virtually nothing about her, but clearly she was considered to be in contact with Yahweh, and at least for perhaps political reasons, vetted some sections of the Bible as we know them. We also know that there were professional prophets, that is to say, prophets whose job it was to be a prophet. You got paid. I don't know, you got a 9-to-5 job, and you were a prophet. I would get a prophet union. I don't know if they did, but local prophet one, number 95. But they had professional prophets that existed. We also know of non-professional prophets. Sometimes they're called Ish Elohim, men of God. And these were often associated also with miracle working and what may be better described as magic. These would be folks like Elijah and Elisha, who the only accounts of people being resurrected from the dead in the entire Hebrew Bible are both associated with Elijah and Elisha. And so, on the one hand, they represented God, mostly in divine duels. As you may know, many Israelites and other Canaanite people worshipped a god called Baal, who was very popular as a storm god, because, as you may know, storms are very rare in ancient Israel, and you relied on winter rains, basically, to make sure that you had agricultural crops. And so, storms were a godsend, and Baal was very popular. Well, just like on the middle school playground of your childhood, people fought each other to show how cool they were, and so did the gods. And so what we know most famously about Elijah was Elijah challenged the prophets of Baal to a duel and subsequently murdered them all by cutting their heads off when they lost the duel. If that rings of Al-Qaeda or Daesh to you, yes, this is a brutal world, and whether the story happened or not, we don't know. But the fact that the Israelite writer that recorded it relished in it at least meant that they wanted to have happened, whether it really happened or not. So we also have prophetic duels. You know, my God can beat up your God kind of situation where they would engage in these prophetic duels, which if you never read that story in the Book of Kings, is really worth reading. Elijah was a weird dude. Again, he's on the fringes of society. It's not even clear he's even an Israelite. He's constantly called a Tishbite, right? And so as a Tishbite, he may have not even been born Israelite. He's a kind of fringe character that people have a very strange relationship with, and we continue to have a strained relationship with him because he did die allegedly, and now we invite him into our homes randomly. So just remember, right, when you invite him into your home, that he did cut off the head allegedly of like 500 people one time. So be careful who you invite into your home. This guy's murdered about 500 people. Elijah. We also know that prophets seem to have been both ecstatic and non-ecstatic, which is to say that some of them went into fugue states, we might call them, or ecstatic states to issue their prophecy, and others didn't. So we have a range of prophetic techniques. Unfortunately, what we don't have is any accounts in ancient Israeli literature about how they did this. We know they danced and they played music. Nothing else. And yes, I know some of you are probably wondering, did they do drugs? Probably not. At least if they did, it's not recorded, right? We don't have any attestation of Elijah, ate some mushrooms and then went to town, or smoked some weed, or even drink alcohol. Many of the prophets are actually sworn off of alcohol as part of their prophetic vocation. So we don't have much evidence of substance use in the prophetic literature. However, archaeology is a hell of a drug, and what we recently found at a site called Tel Arad, which is one of the few Yahweh shrines that survived from the ancient world, we found on the top of one of the altars where you burned incense, cannabinoids. And so we know that room, right, would have been relatively small. If they were burning incense with cannabinoids in it, they were hotboxing. Maybe. We don't know, right? But we found it. We found evidence of cannabinoids at a Yahweh shrine, right? One of the only ones that survived. There are only two that survived. There's one in Tel Arad, and there's one in Tel Dan. The Jerusalem one has been destroyed, and so the Shiloh one has never been found. But maybe they were getting contact highs, talking to Yahweh. I don't know. I would encourage you to do your experimentation on your own time, see if it works for you. So I do not know. But by the way, that find about the Tel Arad cannabinoid thing was just like a year ago. So people who think that they've come to everything over there, they found all kind of weird stuff. So actually, it's not that they found it; they just didn't think to test it. That shrine's been sitting in the Israel Museum for like 30 years. They just didn't test it for some reason. And so some guy scraped it and was like, "Yeah, it's weed here." So that's the thing. The image on the left-hand side here is from the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is from the Habakkuk Pesher. Picture is a commentary. This is the first commentary we know of in Judaism. And if you know anything about the history of Judaism, commentaries are our jam. We are a commentary-writing people. We love to write. We write things called hyper commentaries, folks. The hyper commentary is a commentary on a commentary on a commentary. Commentaries are our jam, and this is the first one. This is a commentary on the prophet Habakkuk. This is recovered from the Dead Sea Scrolls, and this is the first time where a prophet, the prophet Habakkuk, is actually being read as a esoteric text. The commentator believes that inside of the prophecy of Habakkuk are secret things that are going to happen in the future. And so, if you've ever heard curious people say that they found secret things in the Bible that are describing the future, this is the first guy or person to do this. Is in the Habakkuk Pesher found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. You can find this document in any collection of the Dead Sea Scrolls. But again, what's important to note here, right, is that even the idea that you can mine a prophetic piece of literature to divine the future, an idea that we all know is culturally very common. Again, you just flip on the radio, and I'm sure you can find some preacher right now telling you that the end of the world is coming because they found something in the Bible, the book of Daniel, whatever. The first time we see it actually happen in the Israelite literature is in this commentary on Habakkuk. So you could read the book of Habakkuk; it's relatively short, and then you could read the Habakkuk Pesher in the Dead Sea Scrolls and take a look at that one. This is also on display in the Shrine of the Book in Jerusalem. People always flock to see the Great Isaiah Scroll because they think that it's the biggest one, But just so you know, if you go to the Shrine of the Book, the Great Isaiah Scroll is a replica. It's not the real one. That one, the real one's stored in a bunker somewhere. But the Habakkuk Pesher is the real one, and no one ever spends any time on it because they just think it's nonsense or they don't care. And I got to spend like an hour looking at it. This complete fanboy of the Habakkuk Pesher. So there we have it. As I mentioned, we know basically nothing about the material culture of the ancient prophets aside from the books that get written down. Clearly, the scribes that wrote these books down thought of them as incredibly important and copied them. We know nothing about their practices, their mystical practices, so we don't know anything about their meditation techniques, their breathing techniques, the drugs they may have used or not used. We know very little about how they achieved these mystical states. So, reconstructing what they did is very difficult. We also know very little about the phenomenology of this. And phenomenology is the $2 word that means the experience of this. What it was it like to be a prophet in ancient Israel? What was it like to experience this ecstatic state? We know very little about it because ancient Israelites, like many ancient cultures, just didn't put as much emphasis on subjectivity that we do. We are a narcissistic people. We love ourselves. We love talking about ourselves, and you can find 1,000 books about people talking about it. We have memoirs and things, right? Ancient peoples did not care about subjectivity in the way that we do. And so when you, and again, think about this for reading the Hebrew Bible, how often do you learn about the emotional states of characters? Basically never. It's like, and he got angry, or they were sad, and they move on. We know very little about the interiority of these characters because they didn't care about it as a literary motif, right? It's not like Russian romanticism or something. And we know very little about the phenomenology of these experiences, aside from they were apparently very scary. That's it, right? So we know that ancient Israelite prophecy, ancient Israelite mysticism was a social anchor. It was a political anchor. It was an economic anchor. We know that with that many people, 400 prophets employed by a court, this was a part of the economy, right? This was no marginal thing by any stretch of the imagination. But we know very little about it from a material culture point of view, unfortunately. What we do know is that the prophets went away. Israelite prophecy went away eventually. And the reason probably that it went away is that, well, the countries that they served were destroyed. Ancient Israel was destroyed in 722 BCE, and ancient Judah was destroyed in 586. And if your country gets destroyed, well, you don't have a job anymore if you're alive, right? If you're alive. And we know there were prophets operating in the exile. Ezekiel is one of them. Jeremiah flees into Egypt. So we do know that they escaped, but we know that the social institution of prophecy did not survive these destructions. So why? Well, it could be a lot of things. One of the reasons it could just be that they got killed, right? Just wipe them out. That's the thing that happened in the ancient world. Another reason why it could be the case is, well, they didn't see it coming. Your whole job is to communicate from Yahweh what's about to happen to us and how we can make this not happen. And they didn't, right? So again, if your astrologer doesn't see the thing coming, well, get a different astrologer. So part of the problem of divination is if you don't see the big things coming, like your whole country being destroyed, well, that shakes confidence in your ability to communicate for your God. We also know that prophets just weren't terribly popular in some ways. I mean, no one likes social critics, right? Go ask the social critics. People hate social critics, right? People hate people being like, listen, you're rich and God hates you for it. God's going to condemn you and God's going to kill people because of your wealth and your religious abandonment, right? No one like wealthy people, powerful people don't like to be told that being wealthy and powerful is evil, right? And they're also the people that kill people to prevent them from saying that. And so prophets often got themselves killed for saying these kinds of things. So it could just be that they were also always at some level, in many ways, a marginalized group. As the political situation in ancient Judah gets increasingly bad, what ends up happening is that prophecy ultimately shifts away from condemning the Israelites to basically saying, well, one day God's going to come and kill them, right? You're not doing the right thing, and God's going to get God's revenge on you. And this becomes a shift to what's sometimes referred to as the Yom Yahweh motif, or the Day of the Lord. When I say Lord, it always makes me feel like I'm a Southern Baptist preacher. And I gotta make that Lord really long. The Lord. But anyway, basically what it comes out to is the prophet's more or less saying, God's abandoned you, God's gonna kill you all, I'm out. Right? And so there's a kind of prophetic frustration that seems to set in where the prophets are increasingly thinking about a more distant, removed future where God will sort things out because the present is just a nightmare. The Babylonians are destroying everything and things like that. And what ends up happening is that after the Judahite state is destroyed in the 6th century BCE, the prophets basically are done for as an institution. The Judahite prophets vanish. And the prophetic literature as we have it in the Hebrew Bible is codified. Now, that doesn't mean that people stop being weird. People continue being weird. It's just that their weird is a new kind of weird. And that new kind of weird is apocalypticism, right? That new kind of weird is apocalypticism. Now, I know that the word apocalyptic typically has to do with the end of the world. That's not what apocalypticism is going to mean in this case. But, right, what we will do is we'll return next week to talk about the rise of Jewish apocalypticism. Notice what we haven't talked about much. Angels, demons, the end of the world, the battle between good and evil, right, the Messiah. We haven't talked about any of that yet. And there's a reason for that. And the reason for that is the prophets didn't know about any of that stuff. Ancient Israelites didn't really concern themselves with those kinds of things. It's the apocalyptists that do. And so when we get back next week, we'll talk about the rise of people who have visions of angels and demons, people who have visions of the afterlife. The Israelites really didn't believe in an afterlife. They believed in a place called Sheol, which is just sort of a cave-like grave that you went and stayed in forever. And there's no demons living in there or anything like that. So what we're going to see is a massive innovation in Jewish religion in the aftermath of the end of prophecy, where rather than the prophets speaking to God, right, rather than Yahweh speaking to the prophets, what's going to end up happening is there's going to be a shift from an oral culture, God speaking to the prophets, and this prophet speaking for God. Rather than speaking, God is going to show things to people, right? We're going to switch from a visual culture we're going to switch from an oral culture to a visual culture. And in fact, the word apocalypsis means to reveal. And if you've ever read much in the way of apocalyptic literature, is show it.
13 minutes now. Hello, Matt. Can you hear me? I'm lovely, thank God. How about you? I'm based out of Irvine, California. Correct. But that's okay. I go by Rabbi Rothschild. Most certainly. Well, I live stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years, nearly 5 years, and essentially have created the world's largest compendium of data ever archived on the internet. It's essentially a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm basically making it true today. I'm king of the internet in my own way. And essentially, this is a diary or a journal for people of the future to be able to study. And I think it may have much value for the world, specifically in terms of the biological data. We can study aging, we can study sleep patterns, circadian rhythms, and The Economist magazine stated in 2017 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. In fact, I am live. Abs- Absolutely. Look at all these live streams that I have. I'm live on like more than 20 continuous live streams at any given time on YouTube, on Rumble, on Twitch. People can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. And what I'd like to do, because data has such a value, is I want to give back to the people, if and when I go viral, who have helped me along the way. Ideally, I'd like to be able to make you and your audience all financially independent if you're not already. I'd like to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you all to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. Well, multiple ways. First and foremost, there's the monetization of the data. Some of my accounts are monetized, and I just leave all of those funds within the accounts, and I'm just letting that build. I would like to take the many live streams that I have, again, like 20 that run 24/7, and put that into a 501(c)(3) one day to basically create the world's largest trust and have all of the money that's monetized from that essentially run on its own interest and grow. Additionally, there are endorsements that I can do. You may see I have these are NFTs behind me, and my shirt is a cryptocurrency that's worth tens of millions of dollars. Now, I think in the future, I'll be able to do endorsements for much larger organizations, certainly your Fortune 100s, because I'm an influencer unlike anyone else in the world. Essentially, my streams never stop. So my advertising would be applicable to people whenever they want to view my stream. Moreover, I think that I'll be able to create even more funds for this trust through not just wearing the endorsements, but also endorsing products and doing live reads and basically creating commercials and product placement within my streams. And then there's the cryptocurrency aspect of it. So I'm very invested in many ways in cryptocurrency and have been throughout my stream. I wasn't always, though I have been in Bitcoin for over 10 years. And the thought is that many of the conversations that I've had with people within the cryptocurrency world and in the NFT world will be of value in the future because, again, this is a timeline and time capsule of not just my life, but world history, which I think will have quite a bit of value. And with that being said, I think there are other aspects potentially to be able to monetize this through my social media. Matt, I have more social media than any person in global history. I have over 100 YouTube. I do, yeah, at Rabbi Rothschild. At Rabbi Rothschild, it has over 10,000 followers. But I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have others that have uh, 200 of them more. Yeah, I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 Kick accounts, pardon me, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts. 100%. Yep. I have over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And many of my Instagram accounts have thousands, even tens of thousands of posts that really nobody has seen. I create robots, and one of the robots that I've been able to do, it records my life every hour and automatically uploads it. So I literally have a timeline on Instagram of my life going back years, which is really an exciting opportunity. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I have like more than two. Absolutely. Well, I am familiar with him, especially his work on Kick in the
looks maxing realm, and he, as to my knowledge, doesn't stream himself sleeping. I stream myself sleeping. Yeah, oh, absolutely. That data is going to be of extreme value in the future to learn people's sleep cycles, to learn about tossing and turning and breathing and even dreaming. I do IRL streams. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, at Disneyland. Absolutely. Or I have if I'm ever in an area that has weak Wi-Fi signal, or pardon me, data signal, I have GoPros. So I've learned throughout this that I need to have backups and redundant streams. So I'll wear as best I can. When I do IRL streaming, I can't be live on 20 separate streams, but I've had as many as four different data plans with Verizon to be able to stream myself and archive my life, and then additionally have backups of my streams. So I have redundant streams. It's easiest though for me, particularly in growing my community, to do desktop streams. I have thousands of people in my Discord. My Discord's available at discord.me/rabbi. And what makes my project really unique is you can come in and connect with me 24 hours a day. Ask me questions. I support people. I lend pastoral care. Really, I have people who live alongside me. I have people in my Discord right now. Some people who are sleeping. Some people are just going about their day. But we've created a community, and that's what I'd like for the world. Basically, a place where you can go whenever you want and seek answers to your questions, to connect with like-minded individuals. I stream my life. Go ahead. No, no, no. In fact, yes, particularly on Rumble. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I use a platform called Rumble Studio, which multi-streams for me. And so using one stream, I'm live on two separate YouTube streams, two separate Rumble streams, two separate Twitch streams. I'm live on Nemo TV. I'm live on Facebook. I'm live right now in more than 4 years. Yeah, I'll be approaching 5 years this fall. And this is, one thing I noticed on your website, you had a quote of Buckminster Fuller, and he is someone who I admire. The other people who you quote on there as well, including Nikola Tesla and I believe Einstein. I love the quotes that you have there. And so I think we're like minded. And Buckminster Fuller actually is someone who did their best to do what I'm doing, which is journal their life. As I understand, his journals were basically what went on throughout his day, and after his death, were dedicated to Stanford University. I want to share my journals with the world. And so I want to give people the opportunity to view my streams for free whenever they want, not just in 2026, but 2036, 2046. And many of the discussions that I like to have are on futurism. I'm fascinated by futurism. And so I like to talk about things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, things like Santa Claus machines, which are like replicators, teleportation, telekinesis. I like to talk about de extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de extinction took place in the year 2003. It's already happened with the Pyrenean de extinction. Yeah, like what you would see. Best way to see it in popular culture is like Jurassic Park. So basically, a species that was once extinct that we've been able to either bring back to fruition, usually through a hybridized state. And this was first done in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. And they made recent headlines with their direwolf project that are available. And following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. And when I was a kid, and I'm sure you're the same way, this would have seemed like science fiction. It would have, but now it's become science fact. And other things that I like to discuss are things like life extension technology. Matt, when you and I were both born, the average life expectancy for people like us was probably about age 80. But I'd like to see that increase, and I think we will see it increase with technologies like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, peptides, and all of the other developments that we've seen. And that's really getting us into a new world of transhumanism, where I think people may have the opportunity to be able to extend life past 100, past 120, and maybe have the opportunity to continue to perhaps use reverse aging and be able to pause their aging, or perhaps reverse it, then eventually get to the point of a type of technology, at least one known as mind uploading, where with people's consent, and I want to emphasize that consent is of extreme importance, people will be able to scan their brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you and your audience is that there may be an opportunity at some type of digital immortality. And that to me is a really exciting future. We may be the first generation, or perhaps the upcoming generations, that can basically avoid death, or at least delay it indefinitely, which I think is a really exciting opportunity. Generally, yeah, generally. So first, right upon awakening, I say a prayer. I then do the necessary. A lot of people ask me, do you go to the bathroom on camera? And I do. However, that is against YouTube's terms of service and Instagram and all of the others. So I do have that on Instagram and YouTube and some other places, but generally I will just archive that on GoPros. Um, and then like people have questions about like do you shower on stream or bathe on stream? Yes, usually it's from the waist up, or I wear like swim trunks or some kind of shorts. And the brushing of the teeth and flossing and all of those things. Then from there, I daven, which is I'm a rabbi. I pray, and so I don my tefillin, those uh, little black boxes that you may see Orthodox Jews wear. And from there, what I do is I usually teach a class on Kabbalah. I've done it since I turned 40 years old, which is exactly 161 days ago, because I've been doing it every day since I turned 40. And then after that's done, that's all of those have lasted at least 1 hour, sometimes as many as 3 hours. So um, already in um, the last 6 months or so, I have probably about 200 or 300 hours just on Kabbalistic discussion on my stream. I have people who live in the Discord alongside me 24/7. So usually I'll see how they're doing, what they're up to throughout the day. And I like to program robots. So some of the types of robots that I like to program are like blog creators. So basically, I created a robot that will take any subject that I give it and go to ChatGPT, write a blog on it, put pictures on it, and publish it. And so I've created recently over 2,000 blogs, not blog entries, blogs. It's a huge amount of data that I'm basically creating my own Wikipedia for topics on everything from time travel to culture and everything in between. And I'd like to just continue to see what happens with this project. Um, so that'll take up some of my day. I have people who come into my stream, and certainly they come to me for pastoral support. They may have an issue with their job. They may have an issue with a loved one. Just recently, we've had some people with some losses. Some people who look for job advice, and whatever it may be, any way I can help people. I get people who like to play games. So I have people globally, everywhere from Australia to Canada to Europe and Asia, Africa as well, who come in from all out throughout the world, depending on whatever their time zone is, and we play games together. So what games? We'll play chess, we'll play Scrabble, we'll play any kind of board game. I'm a competitive person, so whatever we can play. Um, Many times I do, yes. Usually Discord's native application. Everybody wants to know what my chess.com rating is, and I do have an account, but I don't use it. I believe I've only played on it one time, and in my in my Discord. So you can find that at discord.me/rabbi. You do a CAPTCHA and you can get the link. You can, for anyone out there, whoever wants to find my Discord, just type Rabbi Discord into Google and I'm the first result there. So anyone who wants to play, whenever I have availability, I certainly like to play. I do get a lot of distractions within my Discord as well while playing because, people want to come in and for whatever reason. But yeah, absolutely. I have some people who, for more than a year, essentially every night, we play games together. So I'm all about games, card games, whatever it may be. From there, I may go on a walk outside. I don't ever feel that I have to be um, forced to be necessarily on camera if I don't want to be, but I do like to stream my walks or just being outside, hanging out, whatever it may be. Usually I get groceries and stuff sent in. It's easier, but I do live stream that as well when I go to the store and such. And my meals, all my for the last 5 years or so, um, every meal essentially that I've had has been on stream, and so I think there's okay, absolutely, absolutely. 100%. So I will email you with that. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak to you and your audience today. Excellent. Thank you. Bye. is what it is.
Showing rather than telling, right? Showing rather than, and I saw, blah, 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 blah. So we're going to see a huge shift starting next time with the rise of the apocalyptic. And the apocalyptic is going to bring in the course of a new form of Judaism, and that new form of Judaism is going to be really, really, really weird, with a lot of weird beings and things like that. I will say this, just as we wrap up for tonight, prophetic Judaism did not completely go away. There continued to be prophets from time to time that did speak on behalf of Yahweh. You probably know of one of the more famous ones. His name was Jesus, Josh of Nazareth, as I like to call him. It's probably the case that Jesus of Nazareth, I mean, Jesus is just the Greek version of Joshua, Josh. He probably thought of himself as speaking on behalf of God. So these people did emerge, and they did manage to get themselves killed pretty consistently. And what we will also see through the Middle Ages, through the rise of the Middle Ages, is a new form of prophetic Kabbalah, where Abraham Abulafia will actually develop the first techniques, mystical techniques, for getting a vision of God. And we actually have those techniques. They're breathing techniques and meditation techniques. And we'll talk about some of those techniques as we get into the rise of Kabbalah. So prophecy has not completely gone away, but it has a kind of, I think, a kind of half-life that as an institution, it passed away, but it has a half-life, and there continue to be prophets from time to time in Judaism. They also continue to have a pretty bad life. Abraham Abulafia was excommunicated, condemned, and died of obscurity. So I don't recommend, if you want to be happy, don't be a prophet. And if you want to make others happy, don't be a prophet. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work of providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, along with magic and hermetic philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
He said, I wish I would have done the talk. I don't even know what we should record it. That's whatever. Right, let's see what's good when we talk.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from Boise, Idaho for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up on Tony Hinchcliffe. Boise, we're here. Make some fucking noise. Wow, look at this. It's Brian Redband, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, guys? Hell yeah. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're excited. This is the first ever Kill Tony live in Boise, Idaho. You guys excited about this shit or what? I know I am. We are in the middle of a big crazy tour, Brian Redband. That's what brings us to Boise.
Yes. We got our potato bucket, I see.
We have the official Idaho potato fucking bucket of destiny here. This is very exciting. They went bad on 4/18/2019, but we're going to be pulling out of there anyway.
Yeah.
I'm excited. We're in the middle.
There's actually a lot of signups tonight. There was
Yeah, it's a good amount. It's been a good turnout so far. We've been to Phoenix, Vegas, Salt Lake City yesterday. We're in Boise tonight. Tomorrow's Spokane, then Portland, Vancouver. 2 shows in Seattle are sold out, and then it starts again in June. Lawrence, Kansas at the Granada Theater, Omaha, Nebraska at the Waiting Room, Des Moines at Woolies, Appleton Skyline Comedy Cafe, Milwaukee at the Turner Hall Ballroom, Chicago at Thalia Hall, Madison, Wisconsin at the Majestic Theater, Minneapolis at the Cedar Cultural Center, Poughkeepsie, and New York has 2 shows at the Gramercy Theater. Drink delicious caveman coffee, use the promo code KILLTONY, save 15%. There's a new Reagan and Watkins album coming out on June 7th. You can currently pre-order that as of right now. So that's very exciting for you. Correct, everybody? Reagan and Watkins? A band born on Kill Tony. You guys like bands, right? Well, that's very exciting. You know, normally on these road shows, we never have guests. A little fun fact for you. But when somebody told us that we were coming to Boise, Idaho, I said, Boise, Idaho, are most likely our lowest turnout of audience members on the entire tour that we're going on. I mean, Boise with 3 bars of Wi-Fi at best anywhere.
yeah.
We're going there. I said we have to do something special for them. I feel like they deserve something special. So let it be known that as it looks, this is the only stop on the tour this entire week that will have a guest. Only you, Boise, get a guest. This guest is, if you're a fan of the show, he's one of your favorite guests that you've seen on the show. You know him from his amazing comedy specials. I mean, he's basically the granddaddy of live podcasting in front of a live audience. He has unbelievable TV shows, documentaries, and podcasts. You know him from Doug Loves Movies. You know him from Getting High with Doug. Boise, I present to you Doug Benson. Sons of bitches. Wow.
Are you mad? No, dog, I gotta be tough.
Hey.
You think that guy with the hat from Fat Albert got pissed? Yeah, but he got through it.
Because we got Doug. Because we got Doug. Because we got Doug. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-ba-bow. Doug Benson is here live in the flesh. Doug's got Doug Loves Movies. He's going absolutely everywhere on the road with it. It's very exciting times. You are going to, I lost my fucking notes. Look at that. I can say it. I'll be in Madison, Wisconsin. On May 25th at Comedy on State. That is correct. Oh, there it is. Yes. May 25th. DougLovesMovies.com. Touring everywhere. Yeah. Welcome back, Doug. This is so cool. Good to be here. I love Boise. Yeah, he literally. I don't wanna blow your cover of being such a great guy, Doug. Or get this audience any more on your side because they seem like they already love you. But let it be known that Doug came here because he.
You think that recorded?
Looked at our tour schedule.
Are you
and
sure?
Literally wanted to stop into
Give me
Boise,
odds.
Idaho. He really.
90 90 turn to record. 10% chance. Would you be shocked if it published? Absolutely shocked. Really? Yeah. Why? Because people are fucking losers. Really? Yeah. Why? Everybody's so concerned about themselves. They don't care about the truth, man. Really? Yeah, really. And you do. Yeah, I don't give a shit. I'm going to bed at the time. Fuck. Gotta do another fucking podcast. Or a podcast. Are you getting ghosted?
Oh yeah, you can call my ass Casper.
But isn't Casper the one who ghosts? Well, whomever Casper ghosted, that's what. Are you sure? No, we'll look it up. Who did Casper? He's a friend of ours. Did he scare people? I don't fucking remember. He's Irish? No, Kerrigan Crittenden. And Paul Dibs Blitzker. That sucks though. You can just call me Dibs. Why? Oh fuck, I don't know watch this.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to S.
I'm always going to kill Tony Historian. Really? Y'all cool.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from Boise, Idaho for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Beautiful Tony Hinchcliffe.
Are you the ultimate Kill Tony Historian? Yep. Are you sure? No doubt. Are you pissed? Dog, I've been through a lot more worse shit than this. 60, 70% of what is that? They're gonna fuck with me.
gentlemen.
What's up, guys?
Hell yeah. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're excited. This is the first ever Kill Tony live in Boise, Idaho. You guys excited about this shit or what? I know I am. We are in the middle of a big crazy tour, Brian Redband. That's
Yes,
what brings us to Boise.
Yes. We got our potato bucket, I see.
We have the official Idaho potato fucking bucket of destiny here. This is very exciting. They went bad on 4/18/2019, but we're going to be pulling out of there anyway. I'm excited. We're in the middle.
There's actually a lot of signups tonight. There was a...
Yeah, it's a good amount. It's been a good turnout so far. We've been to Phoenix, Vegas, Salt Lake City yesterday. We're in Boise tonight. Tomorrow Spokane, then Portland, Vancouver. 2 shows in Seattle are sold out, and then it starts again in June. Lawrence, Kansas at the Granada Theater, Omaha, Nebraska at the Waiting Room, Des Moines at Woolies, Appleton Skyline Comedy Cafe, Milwaukee at the Turner Hall Ballroom, Chicago at Thalia Hall, Madison, Wisconsin at the Majestic Theater, Minneapolis at the Cedar Cultural Center, Poughkeepsie, and New York has 2 shows at the Gramercy Theater. Drink delicious caveman coffee, use the promo code KILLTONY, save 15%. There's a new Reagan and Watkins album coming out on June 7th. You can currently pre-order that as of right now, so that's very exciting for you. Correct, everybody? Reagan and Watkins, a band born on Kill Tony. You guys like bands, right? Well, that's very exciting. You know, normally on these road shows, we never have guests. A little fun fact for you. But when somebody told us that we were coming to Boise, Idaho, I said, Boise, Idaho, are most likely our lowest turnout of audience members on the entire tour that we're going on. I mean, Boise with 3 bars of Wi-Fi at best, anywhere.
Yeah.
We're going there. I said we have to do something special for them. I feel like they deserve something special. So let it be known that as it looks, this is the only stop on the tour this entire week that will have a guest. Only you, Boise, get a guest. This guest is, if you're a fan of the show, he's one of your favorite guests that you've seen on the show. You know him from his amazing comedy specials. I mean, he's basically the granddaddy of live podcasting in front of a live audience. He has unbelievable TV shows, documentaries, and podcasts. You know him from Doug Loves Movies. You know him from Getting High with Doug. Boise, I present to you Doug Benson. You sons of bitches. Wow! Hey! La da 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 da! Oh yeah! Ba da da da! Because we got Doug. Because we got Doug. Because we got Doug. Ba da 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 ba da da bow. Doug Benson is here live in the flesh. Doug's got Doug Loves Movies. He's going absolutely everywhere on the road with it. It's very exciting times. You are going to lost my fucking notes. Look at that.
Oh, I can say it. I'll be in Madison, Wisconsin on May 25th at Comedy on State.
That is correct. Oh, there it is. Yes. May 25th. DougLovesMovies.com. Touring everywhere.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Doug. This is
It's so
cool.
good to be here. I love Boise.
Yeah, he literally. I don't want to blow your cover of being such a great guy, Doug, or get this audience any more on your side because they seem like they already love you. But let it be known that Doug came here because he looked at our tour schedule and literally wanted to stop into Boise, Idaho. He really does think it's an amazing city. Honestly, I still need a little more convincing. I don't really, I'm not that big of a Boise guy yet. No.
It's way better than Salt Lake City, Utah. Yeah, that is true. There you go. Fuck you. Fuck you. Salt Lake City and your hundreds and hundreds more audience members that turned out. Well, that is true. Yes, that is. But we're happy to be here. Doug's here. I mean, it doesn't get much cozier than this. For me, when it comes to this show, sitting, I got clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. I think we're only missing one thing, and that's a band. Here on this show, we have what I like to call the best damn band of the land. Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. I never know what they're going to be. We never know what they're going to be. It could be anything. Maybe it's the return of some of our favorite band characters of all time. Maybe it's a brand new character. Boise. I would expect maybe, I don't know. Anything can happen. Let's see what happens all together, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of the greatest things in all of comedy. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins and Drover Joel Jimenez. Let's see what's happening here. Wait, what? What is happening? Oh my goodness. Wow. We were in Salt Lake City yesterday, and I'm guessing these are a couple Mormon guys. Is this what's happening? What exactly, can you help us out? Target him? Please? Hi, team leader at Target, Zane Roberts. How's everybody doing? Oh my God. Team leader. This is a serious job. The team leader of Target. That's fucking cool. That's great. All right, and what do we got back here? What is this little? Oh my God. I mean, you look like this is what Donald Trump looks like without the I don't know what you're missing there. This is something's going on.
Do you want to hear my name or what?
Yeah.
I'm Thomas Alfonso. I work in the stockroom here.
You're what?
Thomas Alfonso. I work in the stockroom here at Target.
Watch your tone, mister.
Thomas Alfonso, and one more time, Zane Roberts.
Zane Roberts. All right, Zane. Well, I'm excited. This is definitely the first time we've had Target employees on the show, correct? Am I correct about that?
Yeah.
This is the debut of the them. We have Doug Benson. We have Brian Redman. It's very exciting. This brings me back to the amazing Idaho potato bucket of destiny that we have here. A bunch of people signed up for the show to get the opportunity to do 60 seconds of stand up on this stage and then talk with all of us about your lives. Maybe we find out something that you want to talk about too. Maybe we find out something that you don't want to talk about. You just answer the questions honestly and we'll take care of the rest. You know your 60 seconds of stand up is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. Aw, isn't that adorable? Did you hear that? Let's hear it one more time. There you go. It's louder now. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Oh, I mean the angry balcony bar bear. Is that the right reference? Balcony bar?
Balcony bar? Yeah.
The balcony bar.
Yeah, there was another one also.
Yes, the runner-up for that was the Lucky Dog Tavern. There's a couple gay guys that know what I'm talking about in the runner-up. So
lucky dogs.
The staircase is is a perfect name for a gay bar, right? Just easy conversation starter. Hey, you come here often, you lucky dog? Just butt fucking immediately afterwards. All right. Anyway, there's a staircase right here down the middle. Don't try to get on the stage any other way. Take your time being safe coming up and down. That is a real cement floor.
So take care of yourselves and one another, and you people at the bottom there, catch them if they fall. Please, this big soft guy right here, please.
Just fall towards him.
Yeah. All right, you guys ready to start this fucking thing? This is how it happens. We're live for the first time ever in Boise. We got a balcony up there. Balcony, how are you guys doing? Wow, there's got to be at least 17 people up there. This is very exciting. It's the type of warm welcome we were hoping when I found out we got fucking Boise, baby. This is how it works. Okay, let's see what happens here. Put your hands together for Joshua Dickey. Exclusive? Yeah, Joshua Dickey. Here it comes. One more time for Joshua Dickey, everybody. One more time for Joshua Dickey. Before we start this, let me remind you right now, there is no heckling from the audience during the comedian's 60 seconds. And one more time for Joshua Dickey.
Where are my anti-vaxxers at? There you go. Forgot my jokes. Where are my dead kids at? Same guys. Okay. But I don't want to live in a world where black people are allowed to call each other N-words, but mentally handicapped can't call each other R-words. They get one word. So, I work in construction, and we gotta turn our music down when it gets too vulgar, you know? But the framers, one house down, just blast drug cartel music. Nobody understands it, so that's all I got. Thank you.
There you go. That's all he's got. Joshua Dickey. I like your style, man. I've always wondered what my comedy would be like if I had a traumatic brain injury. This is good. You got a good smile, kid. I like your fucking bone structure, dude. Maybe one day when you're a little bit older, you can grow some of this manly facial hair that I ended up getting one day. How old are you, Joshua?
23.
Is that your cell phone ringtone going off right now?
Yo.
Wowzers. All right.
It's the joke truck backing up with some stuff for this guy.
There you go. Absolutely. So Joshua, let's talk about it. First time ever doing stand-up?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. There you go. Popping your cherry. And you wrote it all out on that piece of loose leaf paper?
Yeah.
Can I read it? Can I take a glimpse of, I always feel that when somebody comes up with notes, that I should get to examine the evidence, sort of like a judge in court, you know what I mean?
I mean, I got a bad memory too, for obvious reasons, but I mean, I think I could hold a minute of material in my head. just the 1 minute. And they don't penalize you for going under.
It's not Crayola. That's a good sign.
Is it better on the page or the way you said it?
Can I just tell you, there's one, he did everything word for word, right down the barrel, except one thing here is scratched out, and it might be my favorite joke out of the whole thing, of course. It says, my new neighbor's dog just got kennel cough. Now you guys are going after dogs now? That's it. It's perfect. It's got a, did Seinfeld write that one for you?
I know people don't take their dogs to dog parks anymore.
Because of the anti-vaxxers.
It's gotta be, right?
Wait, dogs can get measles?
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Wow. So Joshua, your first time doing stand-up, how old are you?
23.
23 fucking years old. That's great. And you work in construction?
Yeah.
What do you do? The paperwork?
I'd rather do the actual work.
Yeah, like what? Back-breaking work? What is that for you? Getting out of the car? Getting off the phone books that you sit on?
How many women do you yell at during a day while you're working as they walk by innocently?
I might yell at the guys that work for me.
Oh, yeah?
You're not cat calling? You're dog calling?
No.
Lucky dog? Did you say you're hollering? I'm confused. You said you're hollering at guys while you're at work? What does that mean?
Get them to work.
Getting them to work? You're like a supervisor there?
Getting there.
Really?
Yeah.
How are you moving up the chain so fast at 23 years old?
Well, for plumbing, you gotta take 4 years of school. You gotta get so many thousands of on-the-job hours. You gotta get your journeyman exam, which is 2 exams. I'm on my way there, so
Hell yeah.
Just got done with the 4th year.
You wear a hard hat while you're at work? No, I can tell. A few beams have definitely fallen.
Oh, definitely.
Good luck with your journey, man.
Joshua, tell us some more about you. What do you do when you're not working? What have you been doing with your life up until this point?
Usually eat something and then crash immediately.
Eat something and you crash. You might want to check with the doctor about perhaps some food allergies.
Dog food makes me sleepy.
Dog food is in aisle 9.
Hey, Zane.
Tony, I like this guy. He's slim and shady.
For sure. Joshua, what else about you? What do you do for fun?
Lose yourself in the music the moment you own it. You better never let it go.
Hey, make them earn it, you fucking weirdos. These people were just picturing chanting all day long. Oh, but we're gonna fucking do it when it happens. Gotta let them warm up sometimes. You'll fucking know.
Did you get a lot of opportunities for Adam Sandler cosplay?
Adam Sandler with leukemia cosplay? Joshua, I'm trying to find out what you do for fun.
Not much, really.
Come on, you gotta think hard on this one. There's gotta be something. You seem like the kind of guy that shoots yourself in the head with a paintball gun or something like that. There must be some hobby. There must be some trophy that you have on your wall, or like a sport of some kind, or maybe camping or something like that.
Do you play a lot of pinball in a cigar store?
Or do you
Seems like a geek around here.
perhaps you smoke a lot of cigars in a pinball store? Anything.
That's the answer. That's the question I was hoping not to get, because I really don't have much hobbies.
So, okay, you want to play this game? Let's fucking play it, Joshua. So when you go home, right, after work, what time do you get off? About 5, 6?
Maybe 6:30, yeah.
6:30? Okay, well, that's pretty specific.
What's the first hobby you do?
No, what do you do exactly when you get home? What's your living situation? You live with your parents?
Prepare dinner, maybe.
Wait, what?
Prepare dinner?
What?
Dinner.
What kind of dinner?
Yeah, sure. Come on.
Cooking?
Yeah, like what?
Hungry boy.
Chicken?
Chicken? You cook chicken every day? Stick with me, Joshua. Don't you fucking turn your hand upside down at me. Like I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, dude.
Chicken, rice, hamburger.
I do like your mic cord work your first time out.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
Okay, so you
Something
cook,
to do.
so you cook some fucking chicken,
Yeah.
and then where do you eat the chicken? You sit at a table by yourself?
Yeah. I live by myself.
Yep. And then what? And then
Are you
what do
trying
you?
to get me to say I jerk off every day?
No, Joshua. If that's something that you do every night when you get home, then we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Do you jerk off while eating your chicken?
No. I clean my plate.
Some fucking jerk chicken? Is that what we're talking about? So you eat your fucking chicken. Then what? You do your dish. You do your dish.
Maybe a week later.
You only got one dish. You do it then. You put it in the sink.
Nah, I'll wait till I run out. Clean dishes, then I clean them.
You wait till you run out of clean dishes, then you clean them. So you put it in the sink is the answer, right?
Yeah, where are we getting at here?
You put it in the sink.
Yeah.
Don't worry about where the fuck we're getting at, dude. Answer the questions. Look at me. Stop looking around. Stop trying to memorize.
This is a great Law and Order SVU.
Yeah.
Stop trying to memorize your dreams, Josh.
I'm living the dream.
You put a dish on another dish, and then where do you walk to next? You do it. Let me remind you of this hard question. You do it every day.
I sit down.
Where?
Crashing out like
Back at the table?
I don't have a table.
So you have a TV tray that you eat on.
I
You
got
eat your chicken. A bar stool.
I watch like comedy or whatever while I'm eating, but
Yeah, and then what? And then what do you do?
oh, I'm on YouTube Music a lot, like podcast app.
Okie dokie. Yeah.
What are you expecting? I'm 23. What?
Are you good at cooking
Expecting
chicken?
something interesting or
Are you good at cooking?
no?
No? You just make yourself shit chicken? Jerk off on it?
Maybe after I eat it.
Because I was going to say that could be a hobby, the cooking, but he's not even into
This
that.
guy doesn't seem like he enjoys a fucking thing in the world. He just likes telling people what the fuck to do.
When was your last girlfriend? Have you had a relationship lately?
Like 2 years.
2 years. Why did it end?
Go ahead, Joshua. This is where you answer the question.
I'm just not good at it.
Not good at what? At keeping a relationship.
Yeah, I don't really get out much.
She got sick of chicken.
Yeah. She got sick of eating chicken and then sitting around until they fell asleep together.
Hey, baby, I'm going to listen to some podcasts about comedy.
You just sit over there and maybe do the dishes that I've never done before. Joshua, how long were you with her for?
A couple months.
Couple months. Is that your longest relationship?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well.
And what was her reason for leaving?
What did she tell you?
It's getting personal up here.
Yeah.
It's on every application, your reason for leaving your previous job. Just answer the question.
Move back to a home city.
What?
Move back to a home city.
Oklahoma City. She moved back to
A
Oklahoma.
home city.
Her home city. Where's that?
California.
It's one of the best cities out there.
Yeah, it really is.
The city of California, you guys get a chance to check it out. It's pretty big, but it's cool. We live there in that city. You live there somewhere.
Joshua, if I could give you one piece of advice, it would be to start wearing a hard hat while you're at work. I demand it. What?
If we have to wear a hard hat, we just hang it up outside. You don't have to wear it inside.
One more time for Joshua Dickey, ladies and gentlemen.
JD! You did it.
Ghosted.
Heck yeah, there you go. It's Joshua Dickey.
For construction work, he really had a hard time pulling out a microphone out of a little clip.
Yeah. Well, you know, he's used to fucking, I guess, real man shit. I guess this is
Yeah.
How about another hand for Zane Roberts over here? Thomas Alfonso.
Who's running the target while you guys are here?
Well, there's a young boy with a bright future who's taking my place at the moment. His name is Dylan. He's 16.
Wow.
He's my apprentice. If he follows everything that I say, he could be me someday. You see this wedding ring on my finger? I'm not married.
All right, I'm glad I asked.
I'm married to Target 24/7. You got a problem with that? Meet me in the parking lot.
Then what?
Will I blow you? I don't know.
I pulled a name out of the bucket. You guys having fun out there yet, huh? All right. Let's keep it moving along. Put your hands together for Pedro de Pax. Pedro de Pax. Here he comes.
Okay, my name's not really Pedro, but I thought I would just put something original for the first time. So can I go? Okay, guys, one of the things I want to say is it's hard to acclimate to this country because I heard about this dating app. It's called Grindr. Dude, the pictures I've been getting are fucked up. That's how I met Josh. It's crazy. And then I tried out for the Olympics. Hey, bro, they disqualified me. They said I had an unfair advantage. I already made it over here. That's fucked up. It's bad. It's bad. Okay, let's go to another situation I had. They say this is a land of equal opportunity and it's fair for everybody. But has anybody been to that bathroom? The fucking urinal's like this high, bro. My balls are frozen right now. And the guy that was looking at me, I told him, hey, dude, it's cold. Trust me, it's much bigger when it's hot. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Let's see. Uh-oh, here we
There
go.
he is, Pedro. You did it, buddy. First time?
For what?
Exactly. That's exactly right.
I told the priest, I've been here many times. Be gentle.
Wow, that's how that joke would have gone. Had you done it. But I guess you did do it. I'm glad you're up here. It's the first time we've had Mexican Joe Pesci on the show. I'm pretty pumped.
Hey, bro, you know what's fucked up? When I was outside, they were asking me for my autograph, and I thought they saw me from Training Day, but it was actually the Willy Wonka Chocolate Factory.
What?
Wow, that's how that joke would have gone.
Yeah,
Goodness, you took these
I'm
things out of
wearing
your
purple
set.
and green if you want to know, okay? That's me.
All right. Yeah, Pedro, let's slow it down a little bit. So, first time doing stand-up comedy tonight?
Yeah, this is my first time.
Heck yeah, there you go. First
Alright.
time, see? Trying to get them to like you a little bit here.
Very smooth for
Yeah,
first time.
for sure.
Got the smoothness down.
But that's just his head.
That's how we blend in, bro.
Heck yeah.
That's how we take your job.
Wow, Jesus. So,
Hey, Ray, wait a second. I'm all right with you.
my God.
That's because I cut his grass at a discount.
All right.
Nobody cuts my grass.
That's right.
I keep all of my grass.
Zane Roberts.
Yes, this is like if Pedro from Napoleon Dynamite never got elected class president.
Hey, bro, but you know what? I still got a backup plan. I'm on Fupa Hunters.
You're on what?
Fupa Hunters.
Fat upper pussy area. We all know what it is.
Wow.
Surprise, bro.
All right, very good.
Clean up on fat pussy area. Couldn't even repeat it back.
I like your
Doug, you keep up that attitude, you're gonna get a job real soon.
Hey, but in the parking lot. But I still want to meet you outside.
Wow, all right, easy, Angry Eddie Bravo.
I was hoping the push pops at Target were really good.
0 for 7. This is incredible. You're like reverse. You have
He's
a
got
streak.
lines. He lays them out there with
He
confidence.
tries.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Well, how did I make it across the border if I wasn't confident, bro?
Because you're a Mexican genie.
Oh, shit. I can't give you wishes, but I could give you something else.
I don't know. No one knows what you're
He's
talking
got a
about.
response to everything, but it never adds up.
It's so weird. It's like the worst. How did I get across the Mexican border to get to the other side?
No, that would be fun.
I know. I accidentally.
You fucking punched it up. Hey, bro.
I was accidentally funnier than anything he said. I'm trying to be unfunny, and I can't even pull it off with you.
Hey, let me tell you this, bro. When they told us they were building a wall, you know what I thought? Hey, I'm going to finally get to work out those glutes.
Like, why? Why would you do that? Why would you work out glutes?
What's the connection?
What are you doing? Reverse wall sits? I don't understand.
Do you think you're going to jump over the wall? What is happening?
Dude, I'm like, joke's on you, Trump. I'm going to fucking work out my glutes, dude.
But I
I'm gonna be so fit when I get into your country.
but only my glutes. I could be working on everything, but I'm gonna focus on the glutes.
Hey, bro, I can't tell you why, because then they'll know, and then I won't make it.
It's like a Mexican fortune cookie.
At this point, I'm pretty sure you can say the funniest thing in the world, and we're all gonna hold strong. Pretty much, I've never seen anything like this before.
Tony, can I try to do one? You asked me like I'm, that.
Okay.
Oh, that's fun.
Okay, Pedro number 2. Pedro, so tell me, what have you been doing with your life up until
Oh shit, we got an imposter, people.
Wow, Pedro 1, worst thing you could have done is interrupt this part of the segment. You're digging yourself a deeper hole, but of course Mexican guys love doing that, so, oops, I did it again. Alright, we're gonna just talk with Joel for a second here, Pedro. You just relax with that microphone. Alright, Pedro number 2, what have you been doing with your life up until this point?
Well, just doing it, and that's it,
Alright, how about you, Pedro number 1? What do you do for work?
My work's kind of shitty. I'm a plumber.
Wow, so's your comedy.
I know, dog. I know.
No, I'm glad you're here.
Are you really a plumber, or do you just want to do that shit joke?
No, I'm really a plumber. As a matter of fact, I'm Josh Dickey's boss.
Whoa, is that true? I saw that you were sitting next to Joshua Dickey, the previous comedian. There's the only empty seat next to him was yours. And I also noticed that you were filming his whole set, so this is really true. You guys work together.
I was just using it for blackmail, but whatever.
I think in your case it would be brown mail. But
Were you the guy who heckled him? Did you heckle him?
I was being a.
Did you say you look like my parole officer when he went on? Because that also doesn't make sense. You never make sense.
it's true.
This guy's
I'll
like
tell you what, he does look like my parole officer, but only when his pants are down.
Why would he?
You just do it immediately after I pointed it out.
What the fuck is happening?
And the real question there would be, why would you even know what Joshua Dickey's dick would look like? Why would you suck your own employee's dick? The parole officer I would get, but why would you know what Joshua's dick looks like?
At least we know one of Joshua's hobbies is him sucking his dick.
Yeah, you definitely should
Finally got one.
You definitely shouldn't be inspecting his plumbing.
What can I say? I lay pipe for a living.
He's always got one.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
He's always ready and then fails.
He responds in the beats of someone that has something.
Hey,
Yeah, do it
I
again.
can tell you guys something right now.
Yeah.
That wall is not done, because if it was done, I would have came up here. I would have clapped the fuck out of that right there. You know what I'm saying?
No, we do not understand your jokes. They never make sense.
But don't worry, they're working on it, and I will be back, and we'll maybe do part 2.
Nope, yet again. No, it still doesn't happen. Let's check in with Zane Roberts over there.
Yeah, how does it feel that your boss is way worse at this than you?
That's true. Pedro, so you're the boss over there. It's your first time doing stand-up. What do you like to do? You saw how your employee Joshua basically does. He eats chicken and falls asleep. Is there anything that you do off stage when you're not working that's fun, that gives you some relaxation, or that you find some joy in?
Yeah, actually, I mow yards. I start at $20 an hour. If anybody's interested, hit me up in the back. When this is all done, I'll get you a discount.
You really did a thing with the cord like you just said a joke. That was more like you really want to mow their lawns.
I do.
But you really do, right? Like, I believe you. That didn't seem like a joke to me. Do you not mow lawns?
You know what it is, bro? I haven't had hair in so long that it almost feels like I got some. I just want to, dance around. You know?
Oh my god.
Hey, one guy's clapping at that. He might be on mushrooms. We don't know. You can never really count on one guy losing their mind. You may have actually seen hair appear in that joke of the act out that you
That
did.
guy got some of those legal Colorado mushrooms.
Yeah, sneaking them over the Rockies.
No, you're just like all the other white guys at the construction sites. They always ask me for drugs, and I did hook him up.
Okay, that felt real at least. That felt real. It wasn't funny, but it was,
I love it.
seemed like a
Of course
true
you do.
story.
Tony, I'm ordering a MAGA hat right now.
All right, right, Pedro. Well, you had your first time up here. You gave it a shot. I love your confidence. We all agree that you have the delivery of a comedian.
It's all about Boise.
There you go. Yeah, there he goes. There you go. He's going out on a good note. There goes
He
Pedro.
couldn't even win them over with the name of the city at the end.
Is there any people in the audience that signed up that actually do stand-up comedy?
Okay, we got it.
Yeah, we've only pulled 2 names out, Ryan.
But also that's when you can't sit out there and heckle anymore. Don't yell shit out.
Yeah.
You had your turn. Nobody heckled you.
Yeah. Don't yell anything for the rest of the show, okay? And there you go.
Or you just.
All right, put your hands together for your next comedian. Goes by the name of Timmy Kors. Timmy Kors. Here he comes, right down the middle. Here he is. One more time for Timmy, everybody.
How's it going, everyone? Yeah! So I came up here to tell you a couple things. The first thing is I want to give you a warning. So here in Boise, we like to do a lot of outdoor activities. One thing you should be wary of if you go hiking is what you eat the night before. So I went to go take a hike, real nice casual hike. What I didn't expect is that I went 5-10 minutes into the hike, I went to let out, a little something. It was not that. It was more than that. It was a little surprise, and it ruined my entire day. The other thing I wanted to tell you about was, I don't know if you've ever been to Walmart and got the fried chicken there, but I have a story that someone there just was miraculously healed by the fried chicken. We were walking in, and this woman and her daughter came in. They jumped on these rascal scooters, immediately went to the deli, got fried chicken, and I saw them later in the store, and I saw the struggle.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I saw the struggle, and she looked up and looked at the shelf, and she reached up to the top shelf, stood up, and I said, holy shit, it's a fucking miracle. I need some of that chicken. Thank you.
All right, Timmy Kors. Now, you ate something the night before your hike. You said that you thought you were going to let out a little something, and then it wasn't that. I'm not exactly sure. Did a gerbil come out of your ass?
I mean, it felt like it, but it was I trusted a fart and I shouldn't have.
So you shit yourself on the hike.
Absolutely. It made me really think about how the fuck old I am.
What kind of
Diapers, aisle 11.
were you wearing like tidy whities, or like what kind of underwear are we talking about? Boxers? Did it drop out?
No, it was more of like jogger pants and boxers, and then it was a frantic panic to try to figure out what the hell I was going to do.
Frantic Panic is one of my favorite bands I've ever seen in my entire life. But Shitty Pants opened for them the night that I saw them. So you had poop in your pants. How much longer did you have to hike? What part of the mountain were we at here?
Luckily, it was just when we first started, so I think I got away lucky on that part.
Oh, because you got to do the whole hike with shit in your pants?
No,
We got it out of the way.
it was only like 5-10 minutes into the actual hike, so I caught it, and we could go back, and I could go handle whatever I needed.
Oh, okay. Because, yeah, that story you sort of moved on to something else right after shit was in your pants. And also, it was just like you were performing somewhere where you were told to work clean. So you didn't want to say the word shit in my pants.
Right. Yeah.
So your joke was you just shit yourself. That's it.
Yeah, that's really it. It's a true story. You thought you were going to fart and you pooped. It's happened to all of us.
Wow.
Do you work construction?
I don't.
What do you do for work?
I'm a corporate trainer.
Corporate trainer? What corporation? Bass Fisherman Company?
No, I wish. I work for a time tracking company here in the Treasure Valley.
A time tracking company. So that's tracking what? Packages or?
No, so we do the software that actually, just like when an employee needs to clock in or something like that, they clock into a job and tracks and make sure they're where they need to be.
Wow.
I like this guy.
Yeah, it feels like some real corporate bullshit right here.
Oh, I hear you.
Yeah. And
You look too cool to be involved in that kind of thing.
Thanks.
You're welcome. What do you do when you get there? How do you work in a corporate office? What do you do? Wear a ski mask and a suit?
No, luckily, I'm able to wear just what I'm wearing right here. It's pretty casual.
Okay, this job's made up.
Time tracking. That's interesting. What were you talking about fried chicken, and have you ever eaten it with Josh before?
I have not, but I'm really interested in seeing what his recipe is.
Yeah, me too. I didn't really ask him. I get the feeling he doesn't cook it all the way through.
It's like a gummy bear in the middle.
What did you do last night? Sat home alone eating raw chicken.
I'll ask you the same thing I asked him. What do you like to do for fun? You definitely seem like you have hobbies. I mean, I already know for a fact you've been on one more hike than Joshua ever has.
Yeah, that's factual. That's factual.
Can I guess what your hobby is?
Yeah, of course.
Building birdhouses.
That's a good
No,
guess.
it's a really good guess. I'm
Is
actually
it?
not that handy though.
What is it?
One of my favorite hobbies is I like doing like stand-up paddleboarding, or I like breaking clay pigeons and doing sporting clays with my shotgun.
Wow.
Shotgun.
It's a very Idaho thing.
Yeah, no, I can tell. You ever shoot a potato before?
I never have.
That's if you do that, you become governor of Idaho.
Is that how that works?
Yeah, you have to shoot a potato with a shotgun, or else you don't have a chance. Welcome to Game of Thrones, Idaho, bitch.
You gotta shoot it right in the eye. Right in that potato eye.
Target shooting with a potato sounds actually fun. Just line up a bunch of potatoes.
Hey, don't mention target shooting.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
We might trigger that.
That's your subject.
You guys don't sell potatoes, do you?
Target shooting.
We used to. Before the incident.
The target shooting?
Okay.
So what were you saying about the fried chicken? I didn't really get it. I was trying to pay attention. Maybe I missed
I knew I was running out of time there at the end.
But that joke went over my head like a clay pigeon. You know what I'm talking about?
It's ironic that you were running out of time at the end when that's what you do for a living.
Yeah.
Very true. Very true.
I thought you would have been able to keep better track of it. So the fried chicken, what were you talking about?
So when we went to the store and we were just going to go shopping or whatever, I saw a couple people coming from like deep in the parking lot, walking fine. So then when they got in, they got on these scooters, and I saw them kind of like scooting around throughout Walmart. And then I miraculously saw someone just stand up off of one of those scooters, grab something off the top shelf after they ate the fried chicken.
After they ate the fried chicken. Oh, so they ate fried chicken from the hot department in a scooter, didn't pay for it, and then you saw them get something off the top shelf.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'll tell you this, Timmy. You're talking about things that are true, that have happened to you, that you've seen, that you've witnessed. You just got to, be a little bit more clear. You got to hit it on its head. Don't be afraid to hit it on the nose, and then come up with something sort of funny about it. You know what I mean?
That's good
Like
advice.
instead of just saying, it's about what you ate the night before. I thought I was gonna fart. Instead, I fucking pooped. No worries. Luckily, I was still at the bottom of the mountain. I had to go change my underwear, and then I went back up, and I accomplished my goal of shitting myself twice. See, that's not it, but you have to put something at the end.
I think we should go to the poop master himself, Brian Redband.
Yes, let's go to the poop meister.
Yeah, could you poop punch this up?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know chickens? A lot of times when you eat chicken, there's actually poop in the chicken.
I did not.
At Walmart. It's like, yeah.
It's a Walmart thing.
It's a
Chicken
Walmart
food.
thing.
Everybody
People
knows
that make it there never wipe their ass, so half the food there. They did a study on Dateline, like 80% of the food from Walmart had shit in it.
Hold on, let me just find my bucket list
disgusting.
here. Walmart sponsorship gone forever. There it goes.
You really wanted that.
I know
You're so bad that you lost it.
Who needs Walmart when you have Target?
Oh, that's right. Hey, look at that. It's teamwork up here. All right, Timmy. Well, was this your first time doing stand-up?
It was.
Look at that. First time. All three first-timers there. And there we go. Timmy, I like your style, dude. You think this is something you're going to do again?
I would love to keep pursuing it, yeah.
Well, there you go. Start going to fucking open mics. Get your shit together, all right?
Sounds good.
There he goes.
Thank you so
Timmy
much.
Chorus, everybody. He had the balls to sign up, telling true stories.
Those first three guys combined, if they took each of their, strengths, you'd almost have a comedian.
100%.
Or a joke.
His honesty with Pedro's performance and beats, and with a little bit of Joshua's
Sweetness.
yeah,
Joshua.
sweetness. That's right. Joshua, you are one of the sweetest comedians we've ever had on this show. All right, let's see what happens next. Put your hands together for the one, the only Brandon Brewer, everybody. Brandon Brewer, here he comes, right down the middle. Hell yeah.
This is a fun episode.
Boise, Idaho.
You called me a comedian. I am not a comedian. I just like to make fun of my wife. So, I came up here to talk shit about my own self. Oh man, is my beard weird. We'll talk about the cunt chin first. It parts like a bushy vagina. And I'd like to talk about the anti-Hitler I have here. Very fun to own. This is my life. So,
There you go, Brandon Brewer. Wow. Brandon, how dare you, everything. I'm going to start this off by checking in with good old Zane Roberts.
Yeah, how many strokes did you have during that set?
Keep using the mic, dude, to talk to us. Podcast. No, you don't have to pull it out. You can just talk into it.
hello.
Hell yeah.
What do you want?
Not enough.
Really?
Wow.
You need more of whatever it is?
I take it back what I said about Salt Lake City.
All right. I like this.
Well, 2 walkouts.
Oh, there they go. Wow. People just leaving, asking for their money back. Brandon, you are the first real-life big potato that's ever performed on this show. It's very exciting. You are like if Action Bronson drowned in a kiddie pool. You really have a wife? Step up to the microphone.
Yes.
You don't need it. Why don't you just sort of like casually stay closer to the microphone? Have you ever seen a stage or a microphone before? You got this. I believe in you. Let me ask you
I
something.
watch the show all the time.
I love it. How long have you been with your wife?
4 years.
4 years. Let me ask you something. You ever titty fuck your wife?
Hell yeah.
Has she ever titty fucked you?
That was one of my jokes.
I bet you should have done that one.
You should have done that joke Tony just wrote for you.
Yeah, that joke wasn't the only thing you left hanging. Talking about your giant tits again. Those hangers.
You were great in Fight Club, by the way.
As the guy with
As Meatloaf.
You're also great as Meatloaf the food.
Right on target. Right on target.
Brandon, you said that you watch this show a lot, huh?
Yes, sir.
So you excited about this? You excited to be up here?
Oh, super.
What do you do for work?
I work in a warehouse.
You work in a warehouse?
I'm far too drunk to be up here.
Really?
Oh, see, I knew something was up.
Jesus, be careful on your way down the stairs.
Yeah, don't fall.
Anyway, and, I don't even believe you. I just think you're not doing that well and you're making excuses. So, what do you do at the warehouse?
I just move parts around.
Yeah, I get the feeling that's
how it's done, son. Move some parts around.
You ever drive a forklift?
Yes, sir.
You
shit, drunk?
You like lifting forks, don't you? What is that noise? The groans from the audience. That's the line here in Boise, lifting forks. Watch it. We all have obese aunts and uncles here. All right. So, tell us, married life. What does your wife do?
She works title loans.
She works what?
Title loans.
Title loans.
Title loans.
Title loans.
Title loans. Okay.
It's a fancy way of saying an escort, right?
Title loans.
Not really.
All right.
You said you were gonna make fun of her, and then you didn't say any jokes about her.
Yeah. Why do you don't like
Not
your
that I
wife?
want to hear them, but can
Yeah.
why lead us down that road and then
Yeah, you
make
took
a
a
sharp turn?
took a big left turn. You go, I'm not a comedian. I'm just here to talk about my wife. And then you're like, but a little bit more about me. You remember that? Remember what happened?
So,
5 minutes ago? Let's go with Zane Roberts over here.
First question: is your wife in attendance tonight? Is she here? Perfect. What I think that we should have him do, what's only fair because he alluded to it so much, we should bring his wife up and he should have to make fun of her while she's on stage.
You guys want that to happen? This innocent wife? All right, here she comes. I didn't even have to... Wow, damn. Look at this. Damn, she's pretty fucking cute. What do you... Wow. How'd you get that?
How did that happen?
Good Lord. What the fuck? What are you doing with this guy?
Yeah, you don't need the mic anymore. Give it to her. She met him when he was in the insane clown. Let's talk to her.
Yeah, no, you're great. I loved you in 500 Days of Summer. The end of 500 Days of Summer. What is that movie?
Hey, so
Look it up, you'll love it.
if you follow the trajectory of the movies that Tony's been watching on this podcast, Pitch Perfect 2, 500 Days of Summer.
Yeah, What's Perfect 2 was 3 months ago. Already. 2 months.
I'm just saying, let's keep a mental track of this.
It's whatever HBO 2 plays in hotel rooms. That's my movie selection. So, hello, what's your name, sweetheart?
I'm Tessa.
Tessa? Oh, isn't
Were
that...
you worried he was going to actually make fun of you?
Yeah, I told him not to.
Oh, so that's why he probably didn't do it.
Let me ask you a question, Tessa. If he was going to make fun of you, what do you think he would make fun of you about? What do you think his primary focus would be? Is there ever anything he busts your balls about around the house? Like what?
I'm controlling.
A little bit closer to the mic.
You're a nerd who reads.
I don't read, but
You don't?
no.
Oh,
Keep telling us.
who's the glasses?
He likes them.
Keep telling us things that he makes fun of you about. You're controlling. That's all we got out of you. You said everything,
I
and then
talk too much. I'm too needy.
wow. Well, what are some complaints you have about this fucking loaf of bread that you married?
his eyes look like vaginas.
Look at this fucking guy.
He looks like a founding father up top, and the bottom half looks like a "Where's my father?"
He never found his father. Yes, fucking Thomas Alfonso.
You're needy and he's needy.
Yeah.
They both have. You can't hit the target every time.
Tessa, can you tell us something weird about Brandon's penis that only you would know? Is it like him? Is it just one giant ball?
Or not a shower.
Whoa! Wow! Hell yeah!
Who wants to see this growing dick right now?
It's not a
What?
It's not a
Zane, I don't know. Zane, I don't know.
Please don't wrap me up. Please don't wrap me up. This is the third time this has happened.
Zane, I don't know how it works at Target.
I'm sorry. I want to keep a team leader position here. I apologize.
My goodness.
Can I just say I got a message sent to me specifically that there's no nudity allowed here.
Oh, really?
Yes.
They sent it to you?
Yes.
Specifically.
Yes.
Have you ever been nude on the show?
Not fully.
Right. All right. Well, perfect. Then we have nothing to worry about.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Thank you. Hell yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh, you said shower. He's a grower, not a shower. Right. And it's
Is she a grower, not a shower, as well?
Like, he doesn't understand the question, and nor do I.
yeah. Who are you talking to, Zane?
I usually have to translate for him, so.
So basically, a grower, not a shower for ladies, is like it looks all like deformed and stuff like that down there.
Like
But then like blood starts to flow, and then it's like, hello, Rebby. Is that something?
An extended labia?
No.
Alright, now we're just saying random words that have nothing to do with what we're talking about. Let's do a little reset here. What do you do, Tessa?
I'm a manager for a title loan company.
Oh, that's right, fucking title loans.
Yeah.
How could I possibly forget? What is your favorite thing about Brandon?
Oh.
Wow, that was a heavy sigh. This is the most romantic date I've ever seen.
I got to take care of him.
Well, that's what you do to the mentally retarded.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Please don't write me up. Please don't write me up. I apologize.
Wow.
So he says you're controlling, but basically you're his nurse.
Yeah, I'm like his mom, but better.
Yeah, but better?
Better.
Yeah, because his mom isn't gonna.
His mom doesn't know how to drop it like me.
Oh my god. You guys get along with each other's parents? Whoa, man, this is like a real life episode of Roseanne going on up here right now. If it was a little bit more white trashy than the original Roseanne.
True that.
True that. What's the white trashiest thing about you guys? What do you guys have, like champagne bottles of Mountain
Capris and
Dew?
cargo shorts.
Just go whenever you want, Zane. Very good. Just talk whenever.
I don't know. We shoot guns all the time.
Is that it?
I don't know what you consider white trash. I guess.
That's pretty
I
good.
don't watch you. I don't know who you are.
Jesus, I don't watch you either, lady. My God.
I only.
That's the most white trash thing I've ever heard.
Whoa. Whoa. Way to turn on me. Take it easy, lady. My
I
God.
don't know who you are.
Right, I don't know who the fuck you are either.
By the way, that's the meanest thing you can say to Tony.
Yeah.
I don't know who you are.
I'd
I've never
rather
heard
be
of you.
killed than be treated with indifference.
Yes, because I think
The
that
name of the show is Kill
I'm
Him.
super famous. You know me,
Sorry,
super.
he really likes you, but I just don't even know.
Right, I completely agree.
Well, Tony's a preeminent magician,
Yes,
as his facial hair will tell you.
yes, exactly.
You got shot on the lip, right in the middle, so no hair grows there anymore.
You guys match.
Very good. Yes,
Oh, wow.
absolutely. That's a more common thing than. Okie dokie.
I tried it again.
I'm gonna clean up this stage a little bit. I thank you guys for coming up. Congratulations for getting pulled, and you did it. There you go. Thank you so much. There goes Brandon and Tessa. All right. Here we go.
This is interesting.
Look at that. Look at them helping each other. I'm glad you guys didn't go down the stairway at the exact same time, by the way.
Yeah.
All right. There they go. That's how about one more time for that happy couple there, huh?
This is so interesting.
Come on, they had to pay for 4 seats here tonight. One more time for them. Come on. I don't know who you are. I don't listen to you. Oh, why he make a fun of me?
She loans out titles and she couldn't even call you famous.
There you go. Very good.
I wonder if is her name in the bucket? Did you submit? No.
I'm excited about this one. There's something in my gut telling me this is going to be good. Put your hands together for Stephanie and Mason, everybody. Here we go.
I like to start off every show of mine with a toast. So raise your glasses with me if you will. True greatness comes from truly great struggle. So here's to getting through true struggles and reaching out for greatness. Cheers! Woo! I've known a lot of fucking struggles. My greatest strength is my greatest struggle. I have the gift to gab or shut the fuck up. Yeah. And I snort, which is like the greatest cock block ever. I once snorted in the middle of a blowjob. I had to ask how it felt. He said like you snorted on a dick. No, there's actually a term for excessive talkativeness. It's called logorrhea. And you can remember like gonorrhea because they both come from my mouth.
There you go, girl.
I'll be here all week. I'm a server. Anyways, yeah, so I used to be a prostitute shooting up meth.
Oh, shit.
There you go, Stephanie Ann Mason, everybody. Hi, Stephanie. How are you? I've known you for a while.
I've known Tony since he started.
Yeah.
Cheers to
You were in LA, indeed, at the Comedy Store back
I heard back in voice.
2007, 2008, 2009, around then. And now you live here?
Back in Boise, yeah.
This is where you're originally from.
Yeah.
How long have you been back here?
About 7 years.
How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
13.
13 years. How about that? Stephanie Ann Mason. You hit what could be considered the first joke tonight by a comedian. It only you're the fifth pull out of the bucket, first joke of the night.
50 minutes in, not bad.
Yeah.
Great joke with she also did the drink take where she took the sip right after the punchline. It was very professional.
It was incredible.
I'm very happy to be here. I know. Thank you.
Thank you, indeed. So, Stephanie, what you been doing in Boise? How long were you in LA for?
I was in LA for long enough to do cocaine and get back home.
Okay, what?
Did you just do a little right then?
I pretty much, I got sloppy with cocaine and I had to come back home for a little while. But yeah, I mean, I was doing the belly room, if you remember. I was doing pretty all right there in LA. He got the house sitting gig and I got sent back home.
Who got the house sitting gig?
The 46-year-old helicopter pilot I was dating.
Is this voluntary? Because I am so turned up right now. I apologize.
But no, yeah. So and then I started in the Funny Bone this year, back a long time ago. And yeah, I did. I worked with Doug Stanhope. Anyways, yeah.
All right.
And a long travel, a long adventure. But yeah.
What do you do for work here in Boise?
I'm a server.
Yeah. Where are you serving at?
I work at Terry's Cafe.
Whoa, a lot of Terry's Cafe fans here. Very good, dedicated clap from the audience. What's one of the specialties over at Terry's Cafe? By the way you breathe, I'm guessing it's the bacon. Snort? I should have said snort, not breathe.
I was like, dude, I need to do more cardio. Anyways.
No, if I was going to make fun of a woman for being fat, it would have been the guy's wife who was up here a few minutes ago. What? You don't even see me. You don't even hear me. You don't know what the fuck I am. You didn't even fucking hear that.
What you don't know can hurt you.
Tony, I hate to hop on the roast bandwagon, but she reminded me when I was
Oh, shit. Oh, we're just kidding, Tessa. We make fun of everybody. How about another hand for Tessa? She's beautiful. You're beautiful, Tessa. You're fucking beautiful. 500 Days of Summer has Ellen Page in it. That's a beautiful, beautiful
and I
woman.
love 500 Days of Summer.
There you go. I bet you do. You look like you stayed out in the sun for all 500 days. So tell us more about you, Stephanie. You're recovering what? Heroin addict?
You were a prostitute for real?
Yeah, so I came back from LA and I became a prostitute shooting up meth.
Wow.
How much did you charge? Like 40 for like hand blowjobs?
Yeah, let's go.
You don't charge for meth. What a dumb.
Let's go over the menu here.
So $40
Depending
hand
on how
jobs.
strung out I was.
Let's get an answer out of you. So, what are the prices on your menu here?
So when I started,
from when it started to when it ended, and let's let her answer, guys. I see the wheels turning.
well, I started because it felt like cab money was getting paid for it already. I was like, you're giving me $40, like I could just pocket that and walk the fuck home. So I started doing that.
Wait, what would you get the $40 for?
For cab money, home.
Cab money. So you were gonna leave with the $40, but then you're like, I should probably charge for sex. So how much was that?
So Like when I started, it was like $500 something ish.
$500?
But when I left, it was.
And then when you left, it was like coupons for milk or something like that.
Luckily, hopefully some meth. That was pretty much it. Yeah.
Right, that was it. Worst thing you ever did for drug money? What was your like requiem for a dream moment here?
Well, okay, if you want to hear it. So 5 years ago, this July 4th, Independence Day.
Yeah.
5 years from when I shot up the last time, and it was with my mom in my dead grandfather's trailer.
Wow, you shot up heroin. You shot up meth with a needle with your mother in your dead grandfather's trailer.
With him sitting right there.
Happy July 4th. Zane Roberts.
Can I just say this is the most beautiful white trash fairy tale I've ever heard.
So, did you and your mom use the same needle that day?
Yeah, she was like, oh, I only snorted it until I go in the other room. So I don't know. Like,
Yes, Zane.
Yeah, curious about your menu. Do you have any weekly specials or daily lunch specials or anything like that?
Take me back to LA. It's free. I'm just kidding.
Are you talking about the cafe again? Alright.
Looks like we have a new member on the team at Target.
How about, so that's during, so by the way, July 4th will be 5 years of sobriety for you. How about a hand for that? That's so cool. When you hear fireworks, you ever Jones for another hit of that sweet, sweet fucking...
I was horrible. You can only imagine how much I talk now, like high on meth. I'd be like, I just need to focus.
Is the snorting something you had your whole life, or is that something like Dick like knocked something loose in there?
I wish that shit was faked. I love when people are like, you snort on purpose. I'm like,
No, but when you were younger, you did also.
it's not, yeah.
Really? A lot younger?
So like,
I feel like that's from years and years of cocaine abuse.
I do it in LA. It's true. I don't think it really happened as much as a twin.
Yeah,
It's
right.
more like a nervous twin.
Do you worry you might snort some of the glitter off of your face into your nose?
I went big. I was like, I'm coming to kill fucking Tony. I'm so happy to be up here, guys. So, seriously.
I love that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's super
I'm watching that
exciting.
show all the time. I was watching.
So we talked about your lowest low when you were doing drugs. What was the worst thing that ever happened to you when you were prostituting? I find it so compelling. We've never, in our almost 6 years of doing this show, we've never really gotten to talk to anyone that has been in the business, and it's so cool. I think you should be so proud of yourself for being out of it for this long. And but is there something that is there like a low in that you remember, something like that? Anybody ever want you to?
Actually, I had to quit because I kept getting left in like really bad places. Like towards the end, I was just over everything. I was just like, I don't care how much I need drugs or money. I was like, why don't you respect me? And you can't do that. So like, I was just like, leave me.
You kept getting left places.
Well, yeah. So I was left in Nampa at a dog park, which is like one of the worst places.
I mean, half of that sounds lovely. I don't know from Nampa, but a dog park. Hey, after we're done, can you drop me at a dog park? Sounds like a nice.
He was like, bitch, you're getting out.
Yeah, man, I dropped her off at the dog park. When I dropped her off at the pig park, she wouldn't stop snorting, the crazy bitch. Get out
What
there
up,
when she go
Antonio?
on with those dogs.
All right. A dog park, man, that is frightening. I never would have guessed that. So what did you do? Did you run around, play? Did you fetch? Bring it back, bring it back, bring it back. Good girl.
I got a bone.
I bet you did. Hello. Boing, 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 boing.
Yeah, luckily I wasn't arrested, and I learned to stop getting left in Nampa. But yeah, and that was like the breaking point. I was like, bitch, you're smarter than this. All right, hopefully.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, so, and yeah, life's good. Been sober since, and like moving towards and like working in comedy, and now I feel like I have something to say versus before when I think you would know before. I'd be like, I'm from Idaho, dip it in ranch.
Right.
But now I have something to say, which is what I hope to.
Stephanie, you are charismatic, you are adorable, you are a bright, shining star. I mean, it's just so cool, and it's amazing to hear your honest, incredible, compelling story. Take note, Joshua, so that one day when you're talking in a few years about being a recovering heroin addict, you could talk about it with confidence and swagger. So far, I mean, you're my favorite so far. There she goes, Stephanie Ann Mason, everybody. How about that? Good to see you again. Congratulations. Stephanie and Mason.
She just gave me her number.
Yeah. Yes.
Her sleep number?
Just kidding. She doesn't have a mattress, guys. I love it.
Dog park.
Okay. All right. Pull another name out of the bucket. One word name. Put your hands together for Pinky. Pinky. Ah, here comes Pinky from right down the middle. Come on, Boise. Let's make some fucking noise in here.
So I don't like have jokes. It's more like unfortunate life stories. So like I've grown up in Idaho. I've got 5 brothers. We're not like Mormon or anything, but my parents don't know what condoms are. So my mom homeschooled us, so that was fun. And being homeschooled is like really cool because you can like sleep in later. The only problem was you didn't really get like an education. Another downside is I wasn't like really good with girls. I did get a girlfriend when I was about 15 though. Her name was Hannah. Hannah was cool. I don't think she liked me very much. She would like run out of the room whenever I came into the room. So that was cool. Shoot. I rehearsed like 50 times. The punchline is Hannah's a cat. I dated a cat.
You dated a cat?
Yeah, basically.
You dated a cat?
Yeah.
Why did you date a cat?
You know, I was homeschooled, so I thought you were a lot of girls.
You like girls?
I do.
Is that what you just said? I like girls?
No, not a lot of girls.
Oh, not a lot of.
So the options were limited.
Okay, let's check in with Zane Roberts.
I thought you were going to say you got a girlfriend when you were 15 years old. Her name was Mother. Because she's homeschooled.
No, she rejected me, actually.
All right, let's talk about it. That's funny. That's funny.
Did you tried to hook up with your mom before? You tried to go back inside of her?
Well, I didn't go that far quite yet. I was going to work up to it, like hold her hand, hopefully, and see where we go from there.
So you have 5 brothers, all older than you? Is that what you said?
No.
You're in the middle?
I am the second oldest.
Second oldest. And what did you say about Hannah, that you were 15?
I was.
Well, how old are you now?
I'm 19.
19 years old. Holy shit. Is that your first time doing stand-up?
Yeah.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
19 is a good age to start. You have a good look too. You have a silly looking face. You sort of look like
a young Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah.
I've got that a lot.
You look good. You look goofy.
Yeah.
Post soccer.
Wow, what's that thing you're doing with your hand? Are you sure you like girls, dude? What's going on?
States that even.
I'm trying new things out.
I mean, it's okay if is girls your thing, or are you a little bit more experimental? You in the closet? Al, is it okay to come out here in Boise? Will you survive? I heard that there's there you go. I heard that there's a battalion of biker bars around here that might not like to find out there's a 19-year-old you know what walking around here. I saw a guy do one of those things the other day.
And he wasn't shooting a jump shot. What Tony's trying to ask, were you homeschooled or were you homoschooled?
Well, I was homeschooled, and I kind of lean more towards girls, but, you know, I'd be willing to experiment.
Oh, you're gay as fuck. Okay. Cool. Oh, I got it. Heck yeah. This guy has a russet potato in his ass right now, just talking to us like it's nothing.
You know what girls really want is to be leaned towards. They want to be in the game. They want to have a shot.
I have a question for him.
Yeah.
This is totally hypothetical, but what would you do with a target team leader if you had one night with him?
Probably talk about my feelings.
And then stock his shelves. Oh yeah. My guess is he would shoot his load right on your bullseye. joke. Pinky, you're 19 years old. Do any of your brothers or any of your family know that you might be a little bit gay?
They probably assumed.
Yeah. Are your other brothers a little bit like tougher, like a little bit more like, hey, why aren't you playing sports, dude?
No, they're actually worse.
They're a little bit more feminine.
Yeah, my next youngest brother has a man bun, and he wears a tie-dye T-shirt around the house with like unicorn ice cream leggings.
He's just stoned, dude. He just found pop before the rest of you guys did. I used to be that guy myself. Not really the unicorn leggings, but not really the man bun either. And I never owned a tie-dye T-shirt. I'm just lying right now. But I started smoking pot at a young age. You ever smoke pot?
No, actually.
No, you
I can help you out.
He's 19 still.
Yeah.
You ever smoke bowl?
I'll try.
Wow. My goodness.
May I ask, what's with Pinky? Why are you called Pinky?
Yeah. Is that what you like to stick in your butt?
I like to go middle finger for that, actually.
Whoa.
Yeah, fuck your butt.
Yeah, fuck you, butthole. Fuck you.
But Pinky, I didn't really have imaginary friends when I was a kid. Like, I was that low. I had imaginary enemies, and Pinky was my imaginary enemy.
So, like, what would you say to your imaginary enemy? Like, what would be something that, like, a everyday conversation that you would have?
I didn't really talk to him. I mostly tried to avoid him.
Yeah, that's how I feel about anyone named Pinky.
Yeah. And it's interesting because you look more like the brain.
Narf.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. What do? You study, you going to school or working or?
I'm just starting a job at a moving company. I don't go to school right now. I graduated last year.
A moving company. Now, when you guys are moving stuff, like say, like up this, like you're going up the stairs, are you in the front or the back? Are you like a top or a bottom?
I like to think I'm like a power bottom.
Hey, there you go. Fuck yeah. Back that ass up. My goodness, Pinky, I'm excited for you, dude. You're 19 years old and you're fucking trying things. You're out and about fucking talking about real shit, your actual feelings. Anything else for Pinky, guys? You think you could get him a job at Target or something?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh. Zane, it seems like you might like this guy a little bit, huh?
Off the record? Yeah.
Funny story.
Will you kiss Jeremiah?
Oh,
You and Jeremiah kiss? I mean, what's his name? What were you just about to say?
Sorry. I had an orientation at Target, so I almost worked there.
Sexual orientation?
Maybe. But then I didn't work there, and I worked in a homeless shelter instead.
You worked at a what shelter?
Homeless shelter.
Oh, so you worked at Walmart?
Very funny. All right, Pinky. Well, you had your first time up here. You're 19 years old. You have a huge jump start on everybody else, and keep talking about real shit. Talk about shit that you want to talk about, that you love. Go to open mics. Keep doing it. Another hand for Pinky, everybody. There he goes.
I'm not actually gay. Love you, Mom.
This guy's... I would have thought if Pinky was going to plug something up here, it would have been his butt.
One more quick tip, Pinky. Don't open your set with "I don't have any jokes."
Yeah.
It's probably,
Yeah.
But otherwise, you're on your way.
Yeah. Have a little bit of goddamn swagger at the top end. There you go. One more time for Pinky, everybody. Sweet guy. He might be. I'm gonna go up on a limb here and say, earlier I said Joshua Dickey was the sweetest comedian so far. I might give Pinky the sweetest comedian so far award. Quite a little gentleman. Put another name out. Put your hands together for Nick Daniels. Nick Daniels. He got a big pop from the audience. I'm excited about this. One more time for Nick Daniels. Hey! It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. That's my impression of my uncle telling me where to buy a dildo. I really hope I didn't offend anyone with that joke. I'm not really a fighter. You know, I've only ever been in one fight. This kid, he pushed me over. I got up, punched him in the head, and that was it. I won, which was honestly surprising even to me, because he was this big, fat 5th grader, and I was just a normal, regular-sized drunk guy. It wasn't even really a fight, you know? Like, neither was the one later that night when his dad beat the fuck out of me. Something good came out of it, though, you know? I quit drinking on jungle gyms during school hours, because my weekends are mine, you know what I mean? Hell yeah. Nick Daniels, fuck yeah, welcome to the show, dude. That was great. Thank you. Hell yeah. We better hurry this up before you complete turning into a werewolf. I guess I just really didn't understand the first joke. Adam and Eve. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. That's my uncle telling me where to buy a dildo. Adam and Eve is the sex shop. Oh. Yeah.
So buy it there. Don't buy it at Adam and Steve. Their dildos are terrible.
Right. Because if you were going to use a dildo, it would be for your butt. Yeah, that's good. Or it would either be for your butt or for pinkies. Have you ever seen Pinky before? Have you ever seen him at Adam and Steve? I haven't, no. Anyway, why did your uncle help you buy a dildo, though? I'm a little confused. He's a nice guy. Yeah? He's helpful. I like that. How long have you been doing stand-up? About a year. About a year. All here in Boise? Yep. Right. And what do you do for work? I'm a locksmith. A locksmith? Yeah. A real-life locksmith? That's true. Man, you help people in crazy situations. That's interesting. What are some of the crazier things that you've seen or anything like that? Anybody ever lock all their kids in a trailer accidentally or something like that? Or no trailers yet. You ever walk in on a mom and daughter doing meth together on 4th of July? No, unfortunately not. Yeah, how long you been a locksmith for? About 6 months. Oh, okay. Have you seen anything crazy yet? One time, this guy hired us to get into his house for him, and we unlocked his garage door, and his wife was on the phone with the police, thinking that someone was breaking in. Oh shit! Yeah, it wasn't great. She was all sad. So you didn't try the doorbell first or something like that? Well, he didn't tell us that there was anyone in there. Did he know there was someone in there? Yeah, she didn't like him. Oh, yeah. Did she have a restraining order or something like that? No, he lived there. I guess they had a fight and she locked him out. Police ended up showing up and they dealt with it. I just, had him pay me. Hell yeah, you're damn right. How much does it cost to let someone into a house that, $50. $50. Fuck yeah, that's all it takes to fucking sort of win that argument. Yeah, pretty much.
How much would it be if maybe you got, really wasted one night, did some poppers with a guy named Pinky, and locked yourself out of a Target? How much would it be to get inside of a Target?
A Target? That depends on the kind of lock it is, man.
Are locks getting harder to pick nowadays?
Honestly, no.
They're getting easier?
Yeah, a lot of them are really easy. The only ones that I have trouble with are the electronic ones, and that's just because if they fail, you gotta kind of just break them, it in. Yeah. Wow. You ever use your locksmith abilities for anything a little bit shady? You ever break into an ex-girlfriend's chastity belt? Hey now, look at that. No, honestly, I learned how to make locks because I wanted to be a magician when I was a kid. You did? Yeah. Do you know any tricks? Yeah, I know some tricks. Can you do a trick right now for us? You guys want to see a fucking magic trick? I know I do. Here's a little bit of magic from the amazing Nick Daniels. I'm really excited to see this. I fucking love
it's a cigarette magic trick.
Uh-oh, cigarette.
What's going to happen to you?
Whoa! It's back. It doesn't
doesn't work when I'm behind you.
Yeah, I know. You guys are totally in on it. It's.
That was just for the three of us. Everyone else saw what happened.
You really have that trick on lock.
Oh my goodness gracious. You have a girlfriend, Nick?
I do, yeah.
You're a good-looking guy. How long you been with this girl?
A month.
Wow. Where'd you meet her at?
Comedy, actually, comedy club.
Oh, is she a comedian too?
She is, yeah.
Oh, interesting. How long has she been doing it?
About a month.
About a month. Hell yeah.
I was hosting the show that she first did her first set on.
Oh, cool.
That's cool.
And then that night, you're like, you were pretty funny. What do you say we...
Pretty much, yeah.
I have the keys to your heart. Let's do this.
Yeah. What'd you guys do the first night you hung out? Do you remember?
The first night we hung out, we went and got some drinks.
Yeah.
And went and watched Dave Attell at her house.
Wow. Hell yeah. Little insomniacs over there, huh? Staying up all night.
Yeah. And you went to work on her chastity belt.
Did you guys hook up that first night?
We did, yeah.
Yeah, you probably only made it, 20 minutes through David Tell until you started throwing fingers up in that?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's about how long it takes.
She was like recording your set, and then she couldn't just drop the camera.
I love it. It's great. It's gonna come out beautiful.
Yeah, she is.
She's in the bucket.
She is.
That's so cool.
Is there any secrets of locksmith, like a vending machine? You can push it twice and open it up.
Yeah. Is there any special tricks that we would be shocked to know about that allows easy access for anything?
There's a type of lock that pretty much every new house has on it. It's a smart lock, and you can just open it up with a pair of pliers and a flathead screwdriver.
Oh my God!
I shouldn't have said that.
Wow.
I'm robbing all of you tonight. Crime skyrockets in Boise, Idaho after Gil Tony visits.
That's right. Crime has skyrocketed 1,000% because there was one crime in Boise here today. Police are searching for a male between 5'6" and 6'3", white. Good luck.
Hey. There's only white people here.
Yeah, it's true. Wow, people are going crazy about that. We have some proud racists in the audience wooing at the fact that it's all white people. Jesus, all right. I love it. So, anything else crazy about you, Nick, that we'd be surprised to know? Any fun facts about you?
Fun facts, I don't know. I play Magic the Gathering. I beatbox.
You beatbox? Can you please, for the love of God, give us an example of the beatboxing that you're able to do? You want to? Is it? Doug actually mentioned a good idea. I don't want to throw too much pressure on you, Zane. I know you're just a supervisor over at Target, but Doug had an idea that he wanted to hear if maybe you could rap over some of. You have any Target raps or anything?
I guess I could rap about Target.
Yeah, probably, right? Would you guys like to hear that? All right. Why don't you give him Nick, why don't you give him a little beat? Let's hear some Target raps. I'm pretty excited about this. All right, let's fucking do it. How about a hand for Zane Roberts and Nick Daniels, everybody? This will be a whole new thing here. Fucking Target raps.
Hello. Unlike Target, stocking shelves, I'm like Santa with a lot of elves, helping people every day, greet them around. I say what's up, and they're like, I'm like down, suck your dick in the parking lot. Let's go there and all beatbox low. Pinky's come in too. It's threesome with 3 white dudes. Let's go.
You motherfucker! I knew you had it in you, Zane. I knew you would summon the fucking devil. Of course he could do it. How about one more time for Zane Roberts? How about another hand for Nick Daniels? Let's get back to this bucket. Back to the bucket we go. This is a fun episode. I like this. What happened? Thomas Alfonso have a little bit too much pepperoni pizza before the show?
Maybe a little.
Shout out to, I believe it's Gino's Pizza here in Boise. Is that a place?
Guidos?
It is? Guidos. Yeah, Guido's Pizza. Very good. Very good. Better pizza than we had last night in Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
We're doing a 6-day pepperoni pizza binge. We're testing out each city, and so far, Boise is in the lead. All right. There's a little something to be... Since you can't be proud of your comedians, you can be proud of your pizza. Put your hands together for your next comedian, Trevor Secreto. Trevor Secreto. Here we go. Hey, one more time for Trevor Secreto.
I was traumatized as a child. When I was about 2 years old, I saw this TV show called Tales from the Crypt. Yeah, a few people know it. There's this creepy puppet on that show. It's got rotting skin. And when I saw it, a lightning bolt shot up my spine, and my goose pimples turned into real huge pimples. And I was so scared. And my mom, being the good person that she is, tried to help this little kid out. Like, don't be scared, little guy. It's just a fake puppet. You don't have to be scared of it. And that's like, Mom, the grenade already went off, and this soldier isn't coming home. That was quick.
One more time for Trevor Secreto. Did you have anything else? Did you want to finish it or something?
I got a little kid. I got a little boy. And I just, from that experience, learned that how to raise myself and how to raise this little kid with the horrors of the internet today. Through going through that fear. Thank you.
Okay, how about now? Is there something else? You want to do it again? You want to try it? No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
That was as good as it's going to get.
I guess it is. I believe you.
It's just about time somebody's doing some Crypt Keeper comedy.
Heck yeah.
Take that fucking guy down.
What's goose pimples turn into real pimples mean?
I had a different line, but that was just what I improvised in the fear of the moment. You know, I've been trying to conquer that fear since I saw that weird puppet, and that's what I came up with in front of all these.
Trevor, a lot of people would tell you that they hated your set tonight. I wouldn't. I think it was amazing. I've always wondered what it would be like if Jeffrey Dahmer and Timothy McVeigh had a baby that became a nurse, and a nurse that injected poison slowly into his patients without them knowing. No, I'm just kidding. You're a good-looking guy. You look like someone mushed together all the cast members of Big Bang Theory. If you're wondering what I was trying to think of that whole time, that's what it was. I saw you noticing. Anyway.
I have what's that word?
Social anxiety?
Asperger's. Yeah, all that. Plus,
hey, don't knock Asperger's until you've eaten them.
Yeah, they make people stand up out of rascal scooters.
So, Trevor, how old are you?
25.
25. First ever time doing stand-up?
Yes, sir.
Hey, how about a hand for that? There you go, Trevor. It's good. That's better than... Whatever you did up here was better than 90% of people that start. Hell yeah.
I planned it differently.
Is this something you've always wanted to do? You love comedy?
Yes, sir.
You seem more of like a drama guy.
I always envied the drama kids, but I was in welding class trying to be a tough guy.
You were in what?
Welding class.
Welding.
Yeah.
This is literally the beginning of a dramatic film.
You think you'd do well in drama because you already have a huge part.
That's so good, Doug.
What do you think as a welder you would have held it together better tonight? Sorry.
You do have a huge... Doug covered something really, really interesting there. You have one of the most aggressive parts we've ever had on this show. hairstyle-wise. Have you ever thought about taking it 1 inch further and just combing your left ear over to your right side of your head?
Yeah, I'm a little bit extreme with it.
A little bit of what?
I'm extreme with it. I like to take it over the edge.
There's nothing like a guy with plenty of hair doing a comb over.
Yeah. Trevor, what do you do for work?
Welder.
Oh, you are a welder.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Are you also a flash dancer?
Guys, respect your welders.
I wish to.
What do you weld one thing in particular, or do you specialize in different metals?
Trailers.
What is it?
Trailers. Trailers. Mild.
Trailers.
Trailer welder.
Wow. My goodness.
Funny enough, it's Trevor Rabbi, so it's got a lot of R's in it.
Oh, okie dokie. I was just about to ask you how many R's are in your name.
He looks like a guy that likes to say a lot of R's.
Yeah, a lot of hard R's.
Trevor. It's Trevor.
Wow. Trevor, you ever do any World War II reenactments or anything like that?
No, but if that was today, I would enlist.
Heck yeah. Well, there you go. Trevor, what do you like to do for fun? You seem like a guy that definitely has some hobbies. You have.
Yeah, I'm totally obsessed with psychedelic drugs. It's my obsession right now. And
well, we all play our very, very large part in. What are your favorite psychedelic? I mean, what's truly your go-to? Acid?
Yeah, acid. The last time I did acid, I communicated with another human telepathically.
Wow.
Did you see all his particles?
Yeah, it was really weird.
Were you really communicating telepathically, or were you on FaceTime or something like that? Like,
no.
How hard were you tripping?
Honestly, it was a good first time hard tripping, and
was it just you going hey and him going hey back, like in your head?
It's like, whoa, you heard that?
On my head. But honestly, we hiked down to the river, and we found this bridge, and we sit down on this bridge, and he suggests, hey, let's just sit here and meditate for a second. So we sit there, focus on your breath for a moment. Within 10 seconds, we feel each other above each other.
Wow. Wait a second. Is this a story about the time that you sucked Pinky's dick?
Good to see you again.
We're sitting on a bridge, dude. Let's just, you know what, Trevor? Why don't you just sit there and meditate? I'm not going to do anything. You just sit there and open your mouth and close your eyes. That's all.
You'll feel something on your tongue. Now that's the acid.
I want you to fuck me in my acid.
Did you do that? So you did the acid alone?
You
had a partner?
That was true.
Partner. That was it, going for the part check.
And I won't stop either.
I love it. We're gonna keep going until we get a good one for you, Joe.
2 hours later.
What's that? Fuck. Anyway,
his favorite movie, The Departed.
Hey, part goes the weasel.
Thanks, Leo.
The weasel goes part. Trevor, what else other than psychedelic drugs? What else are we talking about here? What kind of
old cars.
Cars?
Figure out how things work.
What kind of car do you have?
You should wear a shirt that says "Who Parted."
I'll buy it from DougBenson.com. I would.
What kind of car do you have?
It's a Ford Bronco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard that it's really hard to get parts for that car like that.
Now, is that a full-time hobby or a part-time hobby?
I love it.
Everything's part-time with him. Nobody knows how to get the party started harder than Trevor Sabrina.
I don't know how to finish.
Did you write that book, Part of the Deal?
Which part of the book have you read? All right.
I didn't finish.
Do you have an exhibit in town at the Part Museum?
Okay, well, you know.
Right?
I think we did it.
Tony, is it time for us to part?
No, it's not. It's almost is, but not quite yet. What's that? Jesus, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Kill yourself? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I thought about it.
Jesus.
It's a real Gerard Depardieu.
Well, too smart. You know, I like your style, Trevor. First time doing stand-up. I'm excited for you. I had no idea what you were talking about, the Tales from the Crypt thing at all. But you know what? For a first time, you covered one subject and you stuck with it. You didn't jump around a bunch. You committed, and you're a reasonable human on stage.
Thank you.
So keep working at it. Same thing I told everybody. Got to do it more. A lot of first timers here, but there's open mics in Boise. You guys want to go back to the bucket one more time?
Let's go.
One more time. Let's do this shit. Put your hands together for your final comedian of the night.
I wish Danny Brown was here.
Okie dokie. Anyway, back to this part of your final comedian of the night. Put your hands together for Muffin Top, everyone. Muffin Top. Interesting name. I'm excited to see what happens here. Not seeing movement. Muffin Top, you coming from up there? What's going on here? I think Muffin Top is scared out, huh? Pedro wants to go up again.
Blacklisted.
Pedro 0 for 24 tonight is convinced that if he has one more chance, he'll fucking nail it. Holy shit. You two guys brothers? Okay, perfect. Good. That would be frightening if you weren't. All right. Your final comedian of the night. Put your hands together for Nate Ford, everyone. Nate Ford. Hey, look at this guy. Come on, it's your final comedian of the night, Nate Ford.
I love pot. The reason I say that is because I am out. I love strip clubs too. I love strip clubs, man. I think a great name for a strip club should be called Sorry Dad. Don't you have like a monthly announcer? Flip the stage now, disappointment. Give her $1, make her inner child smile. You think abortion doctors have kids of their own? You sure, honey? It's real easy. I can do it myself. It's free. You're right, they're human. They have kids of their own. Do they bring your kids to work day? This could have been you. Good night.
Fuck yeah, Nate motherfucking Ford. Showing them how it's goddamn done. Look at you. Look at you, big fucking baby bear you. Aren't you the most adorable goddamn thing we've ever had on this show? You're fucking, you look at you, little cutie pie, you.
Ah, stop. It's like a grown-up Ewok.
Yeah, he did. If he never went for an Ewok in his life. Nate Ford, I believe you. Everything that you said, great jokes, the strip club, the abortion, everything. You really love pot?
I do.
Pot of what? Chili? Cake batter? What are we talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. You've been smoking pot a long time?
For a while, man.
What do you do for a living? What sitting job do you do for a living where you sit down?
I currently do stand-up comedy for a living.
Really? Full time? How long have you been doing it for?
Since 1999.
Wow! Holy shit! I love it, dude. All the experience you have made up for all these other fucking names I pulled out of this bucket tonight. All these goddamn first timers, and it shows. You have great fucking jokes. 1990 goddamn 9. I love it. So
right here in Boise at the Funny Bone.
Right here in Boise. You started here, and you've been
moved away.
Yeah, where'd you move to?
Lived in Minneapolis for a bit, then Wisconsin for 17 years.
Fun fact, when he lived there, they had to stop calling it Minneapolis. They called it Big Apples.
He's never had a mini soda in his life.
Mini soda? More like large soda, please. Oh, you guys are still trying to shoehorn it. You'll know. You'll know. You'll know when it happens. Wow. How long did you spend in Minnesota?
About 4 years.
4 years, and then where'd you go?
Wisconsin.
Oh, yes. Milwaukee.
For the cheese.
Home of cheese curds. Yeah, is that where that happened?
Pretty much.
Yeah. What was like? Was that the main thing that you think got you? The cheese curds? Is there other things that?
Beer and brats. Yeah.
Beer and brats.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
There.
Absolutely. Then when did you come back to Boise?
4 weeks ago.
4 weeks ago. You moved from Milwaukee back to Boise.
Well, I'm turning 40 in June, so I thought my mom could use a new roommate. So
right.
That makes sense. What's the comedy scene like out here? Because we've seen some of the most amazing talent today.
There's actually quite a few talented comedians in the local scene.
The Funny Bone's still here?
It's called Liquid Laughs now. Okay. But it's in the same location as the old Funny Bone.
Hey, it's not the Funny Bone, it's Big Bone.
Yes.
Okie dokie. Hell yeah. So you do stand up full time. Are you still going to be able to survive doing it here in Boise?
I do traveling too, so just the home base right here.
Yeah, you do the road a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of tough grinding gigs. You drive a lot.
Bars, the theaters, and everything in between.
You drive to a lot of the gigs. What kind of car do you have?
I have a Honda Civic.
Honda Civic, fucking perfect. The hatchback with the hunchback.
Yep.
I love it.
I love my new CD.
What's one of your favorite cities to go to? You do the road a lot. We're in the middle of a crazy tour. What are some of your favorites and why?
South Dakota.
Why is
Watertown, South Dakota.
Watertown, South Dakota. I'm gonna write that down, and you tell me why. Less white people than Boise?
More white people than Boise. Really. No, just great people. Salt of the earth. Got the word.
Salt of the earth. You think you need more salt?
Yeah.
Sodium cocksucker. Salt of what do you mean by water? Well, tell me more about Watertown. What does that mean, salt of the earth?
Just friendly people. Like you think Minneapolis is the nice place, but no, it's South Dakota has the nicest people in the world.
Oh my God! Is this guy a really nice racist? I can't put my finger on it. He's like, no, there's even more white people there. It's paradise.
It's fantastic. I can walk the streets without worrying about it.
You can walk the streets. Oh. You can walk the streets without what?
Breathing heavy.
He deserves that one.
Yeah. He's got his foot behind his head. Wow, that is so fun. So, Watertown has, and I don't think you're a racist. These guys will make jokes about you being, KKK. I think you're XXXL. I don't think you're KKK. I think you're KFC. I don't think you're KKK. I think you're A&W. Where's the place we ate at today? What was that diner we went to? You guys ever been to the, what was that called?
I don't know, but you can have an honest meal there.
Yeah.
It just said eat on the side of the building.
Yeah. Famous diner between here and Salt Lake City? All right, fuck it.
I'm looking it up.
Do you know what we're talking about? Famous diner between here and Salt Lake City?
It's right next to A&W. Wayside Cafe?
Wayside Cafe.
That's right.
I'm telling you, that's there's a bomb-ass diner there.
Did you ever eat here at, what's it? It's called Goldie's?
No.
could have sworn you ate there because they were out of food the other day.
Nate, what do you like to do for fun? What are some other fun facts about you when you're not doing stand-up?
I like to watch movies. That's about it.
I like
fun.
that.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's a sweet hobby.
Yeah.
I like doing theater, performance.
Really? Yeah. Oh wow, you do that?
Yeah.
What are
Community theater like here in Boise?
What are some roles that you take?
Didn't I see you as Fiddler Under the Roof?
Fiddler breaks the roof.
Fiddler through the roof.
Believe it or not, I was actually in a ballet in 2001.
What? A ballet? Get the fuck out of here. Is there any change? Do you remember any of your moves? Can you?
I was more comic relief. I played Sandra Panza for the Idaho Ballet Company.
What did you do for it? Did you do did you do something?
That was a play.
Did you know how to? Did you know how to like catch somebody and like anything like
no,
that?
No, but they took a big sheet and they threw me up in the air quite a few times.
Wait, did you wear the sheet before they threw you up in the air?
Nope, I just landed in it like a trampoline type of thing. And
how big were these people that could throw you up in the air?
My goodness, were you this big back then?
Probably bigger. Yeah.
Wow, damn, look at you. That's pretty fucking good, man. And by good man, I mean John Goodman.
Yeah.
I thought the only rolls he did were dinner rolls.
All right.
You got it.
Yeah. We'll ask. Hello, sweetheart. How are you? What do you know this young lady? You're the
reason why you're sitting there.
Happening? Why are you on?
Aw.
Do you know him? You just thought
you don't know her? So you're just a crazy woman that's sitting on stairs.
I'm Nate. Nice to meet you.
Wow.
What's your name? Molly. Molly.
Great security to him.
You're about to.
He didn't ask you what are you on. Prices start at $300.
Wow. Look at this. Nate and Molly looks a little bit more like Mike and Molly. You know what I mean? I love it when you laugh. That gut goes fucking ballistic. That's a beautiful thing you got going on there. All right, Nate. Well, I mean, anything else? Any other fun facts that we'd be surprised to know about other than ballet? Anything cool? How old's your mom?
She is 65.
65. And who do you think is going to die first out of the two of you?
There's bets going on right now. With the rest of the family. Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
It's an above-ground death pool.
In a above-ground death pool. You ever go swimming, Nate? Do you ever go swimming?
No.
No. You don't do it. You go floating?
I mean, people have pushed me back into the water, but
you ever go sinking? You ever go sinking? No.
Yes.
All right. Well, Nate.
Have you ever been rescued by Greenpeace?
Once by accident.
Feel better about my
He
rules.
made the same joke when you already made the joke.
I love it.
He's a pro. Nate's a pro.
Yeah, you really are. It's incredible. 1999. So, did you ever think about moving to like a big city? Did you ever think about moving to LA or New York or anything
I thought about it. I just wanted to kind of work the road and work on my craft first. And then once I have something to bring to the table, instead of just going out there and...
I know you love taking things to a table.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Nate, I love it. I'm so glad. One of the cool things about this show, I've always said this, is to me the mishmash of different people that sign up. So many first-timers tonight, and then out of nowhere, a home run hitter that's been in the game since '99, started in Boise, is clearly ending his career in Boise. I just think it's awesome that you signed up for this show. I think it shows a great amount of respect for the show, and I think that in return we showed a great amount of respect to you. Unbelievable performance tonight, great jokes. One more time for Nate Ford, everybody. Did you guys have fun tonight, huh?
That was a weird one, Tony.
Well, there's one thing that I forgot to tell you at the top of the show that is really fucking cool, and that is that house artist Ryan J. Ebelt drew official Kill Tony tour posters that are going to be for sale, being signed and delivered right back there. If you want to make a regular straight line, whoever wants one. There's also band posters. There's official Tony Hinchcliffe pins. There's official Death Squad glow-in-the-dark pins from our friends over at the Great Rocket Pins. There's also Feminist Stacy, a few t-shirts still available, limited amount on those, and the tour posters and all the posters. And we're going to be back there flying through, signing those for you. If you want a picture, if you want a handshake, we'll fly through it all over there. Just make a nice straight line. Hey, guys, how about one more time for the great and powerful Doug Benson, huh? Come on! Motherfucking Doug Benson! For you! Come on, let's see how loud this place can get for the great and powerful Jeremiah Watkins, everybody! He fucking did it again, this guy. Jeremiah's got a new album coming out June 7th. It's available for pre-order now. The party at the Main Room Comedy Store is going to feature Red Band, me, some other cool people. Everything's going to happen there at the Comedy Store the day before, but you can pre-order it now on iTunes. Follow him on YouTube at Jeremiah Watkins, and he's on social media at Jeremiah Stand Up. New episode of Jeremiah Wonders out with Jason Tebow, and be on the lookout for some great road episodes coming up where we record episodes on the road. They're very Kill Tony centric. All the Kill Tony fans will like a little behind the scenes look at some of these upcoming Jeremiah Wonders episodes. How about one more time for Joel Jimenez, everybody? We brought him for you. The real fucking deal. Joelberg. Mostly sorry on social media. Anything else from you, Joelberg? This is his first time ever in Boise.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Ludwig, and we love you guys. Peace.
We love Joelberg. We love Ludwig. Everything's moving along smoothly. We're going to see you guys in the back for posters and pictures and pins. How about another hand for the one, the only, the guy that rolls with me every single episode for almost 6 years, Brian Redman.
Thanks a lot, guys.
We love you, Boise. We'll see you soon. Good night. Thank you.
come to you live from Spokane, Washington at the Spokane Comedy Club for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Spokane, Washington, we have arrived. Brian Redband's here, everybody.
What is up, everyone?
You guys excited? You're at the #1 live fucking podcast in the world. It even stops through Spokane. That's how big of a fucking tour this is.
This is a micro Kill Tony episode.
It is.
Very small stage.
Very tiny stage. Everybody's going to be very tight up here. If you're wondering how much I like it, not at all. You know, of all the stages to be small, of all the cities that we go to on this crazy tour, I didn't realize that I would be within a spittoon's reach of a Spokane resident.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Might get a little chewing tobacco.
Yeah.
That's what we call tobacco for short.
It's such a big club and such a really small stage. It's adorable. Look at it.
It really is. You know, it's one of those things to where, you know what they say in Spokane? Fucking pack it in tight. Look at this fucking guy. Oh, it's the security guard. Hey, man, how are you? How's it going? But I thought you were an intruder. It was the opposite. Here to keep us safe. We got fucking big, tough fucking truckers around here. I'm excited about this. We are in Spokane. For those of you listening to the podcast, the tour continues. It goes on and on. The rest of these dates are pretty much sold out. Yep, tomorrow Portland, Vancouver, and two shows in Seattle on Sunday. Then we go back. We're at the Comedy Store every single Monday. The guest this Monday is going to be Doug Benson at the Comedy Store. And June 10th, we have Jeffrey Ross. And I'll announce it right now, June 17th, for the very first time ever in the history of the show. Do your research if you don't know the name. The great and powerful Brian Holtzman will be a guest on Kill Tony for the first time.
This is huge.
One of the kings of late night at the Comedy Store. A monster comedian, highly respected by everybody, a comics comic, the type of guest that Kill Tony fans will love as a guest.
Yeah,
he's trying for almost 6 years to get him. We finally got him.
He's going to be an instant classic for Kill Tony. You guys are going to
for sure. And he'll be back again soon. And then we go back on the rest of the tour. Lawrence, Kansas at the Granada Theater, Omaha at the Waiting Room, Des Moines, Iowa at Woolies, Appleton at Skyline Comedy, Milwaukee at Turner Hall Ballroom, Chicago at Thalia Hall, Madison at the Majestic Theater, Minneapolis at the Cedar Cultural Center, Poughkeepsie, and then New York, New York. 2 shows at the Gramercy Theater. A second show has been added to the already sold out New York City motherfucking Gramercy Theater. And that is the summer tour. Make sure you drink Caveman Coffee. Save 15% by using the promo code KillTony. And after the show, I'll let you know right now that we have amazing Ryan J. Evelt, Prince of the summer tour. Your city's name is on it. The name of this comedy club is on it.
And we even have pins. Me and you have a pin, and I have a pin from rockingpins.com.
Our friends over at Rockin' Pins. You can get an official Tony Hinchcliffe pin, or you can get an awesome Death Squad pin. They glow in the dark. Those are only $10. The posters are only $20. We're going to be selling those after the show. We'll sign them. We'll take a picture with you, whatever you want. If you have the energy. This is a late show. We're getting started off late here. This is one of the latest shows we've ever started in Kill Tony history. 10:33. The cool thing is, I'll say this on the air, is that I think this date was added a little bit maybe late in the schedule, and they put it on top of another show. The guy that was headlining here before us, how cool is this? Drew Lynch from America's Got Talent fame was pulled out of the bucket on this show 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Before ever being on AGT. We told him he's a killer. We told him he's got the fucking talent first, and look at him now. He's fucking filling up. He has 6 sold out shows at this fucking club. Unbelievable. How cool is that? So this and that, and we are live. It's very exciting to be here. We bared through the rain, and we got it. We even have we have everything we need. It's going to be tight tonight, but I will let you know that we did bring a band, ladies and gentlemen. I know, highly controversial for this date specifically. Normally we would send Joel home and have him rejoin us because there's simply not enough room, but we're all going to be up here together in this fucking toy box just for you. They are the best damn band in the land. Every single episode of this show, they commit to being different characters. Sometimes it's your local milkman, or they just broke out of prison. You guys know what the fuck's going on. Sometimes it's something brand new. that we've never seen before. So let's see what happens tonight all together, shall we? They're my favorite thing in all of comedy. They're two of my funniest friends on the planet, and great musicians too. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins and Joel Jimenez. Let's see what they are tonight. This should be exciting. Feels good in here. There's a good energy. I thought you guys were going to be tired, but I think this is a great crowd tonight in Spokane, Washington. Whoa! This is a first. Wow, I've never... Oh, these look like new characters to me. What are you guys from Eastern Washington?
No, we're just a couple of Canucks, eh?
Oh. Canadians, huh?
Yeah, getting ready for our Vancouver trip.
Wow, we've never had Canadians on this show, is that correct?
It's a darn shame there.
Wow, look at that, Spokane. You got a debuted character the first ever time we're joined by Canadians. Clearly we have Jeremiah, who it looks more like a grumpy young man instead of the grumpy old man. All right. Yep. And back here we have a cute little fucking Eskimo in transition. This is exciting.
Yeah, my name is Deanie, and what's your name, pal, there?
Timothy Poutine. Timothy Poutine. And what, one more time your name?
Deanie.
Deanie. That'll be easy.
Deanie. Like what? Jimmy Dean, the sausage, but Deanie.
Deanie. Okay. And Tim Poutine. All right. Well, we got Deanie, we got Tim Poutine, we got Red Band, we got the soundboard, and I have this right here, the Picture of Destiny. Here in Spokane, you get a cloudy picture. A bunch of people signed their names earlier in this on pieces of paper, and they have the chance to perform tonight. Reminder, no heckling during any of the people's 60-second sets. We don't interrupt them, neither should you. They signed up for this opportunity. At the end of their 60 seconds, feel free to call them a piece of shit if you want. We'll probably already beat you to it. But given that time, they get 60 seconds on this stage uninterrupted. You know your time's up if you signed up and you get pulled up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Oh, isn't that adorable? You can barely hear the damn thing. Yeah, that's what it sounds like, except that's not actually the noise, so don't listen for that noise. Listen for that noise. There you go. And then wrap it up then, or we're going to bring out the Angry West Hollywood Bear. I got that wrong, by the way. It's the Angry 9-Bar Bear. Did my research. Ask the Uber driver, what's the gayest part of Spokane? Just for you. You think it's easy for a guy like me in a car full of dudes to ask the Uber, hey, what's the gayest gay bar that's like famous around here?
Yeah, she's like, would you like to change your destination?
They have a great happy hour, by the way. Tony told me all about it.
Hey, that's what happens when Red Band tries to make a joke. And we're off and running. You guys ready for this? You guys excited? We're live. Spokane, Washington. How would I know they have a good happy hour? We got here today.
You told me.
Oh, you silly guy. Oh, thank you. Look at you. What a gentleman. People are so nice here. You would think they're Canadian. Guy picked up my Sharpie marker for me. What a gentleman. You guys ready to get this party started? I'm calling a name. Anything can happen. We got Canadians, Red Band. Let's fucking do it. Your first comedian going up tonight, getting an uninterrupted 60 seconds, goes by the name of... Oh, yes. Very important. The only way to enter is this way. Hey, where'd that security guy go? Security guy, you got a flashlight or something? Is there anybody here? Is there anybody working here right now? The entranceway is that way. Good luck finding it, really. I mean, this club's built like a fucking, like an old Blockbuster video or something like that. Circuit City. Don't know exactly what this used to be, but for some reason the only entranceway is all the way that way. So just picture it in your imagination. Don't fall. Look down. Don't trip. Don't hurt yourself. Put your hands together for your first comedian. He goes by the name of Robbie Cooper. Here we go. Maybe it's his first time. Maybe it's a comedy veteran that we should all know about from Spokane. Can't believe. Let's see what happens here. There we go. Any second now, someone's going to fucking walk this way. Hey, there we go. Hey, here he comes. It's exciting. The show has begun. This is Robbie Cooper.
Spokane, how we doing? All right. So I'm a parent. Any parents in the crowd? All right. Congratulations, you didn't pull out. So one of the first things I learned as a parent is that babies, when they get cold, they pee. And if it's a baby boy, they pee everywhere. In the first 3 days of my child's life, he peed on 7 people. And I said, son, I'm so proud of you. I know people with specific fetishes that would kill for those numbers. Now, I'm pretty sure Tony's about to say that he doesn't believe anyone would fuck me and produce a child. Joke's on you, Tony. My son's adopted. My wife and I are not the same age, but I believe in the rule that it's okay to be with somebody who is half your age plus 7. And that's why I told my son it's okay for him to fuck 8-year-olds.
Okay, a little twist there at the end. A lot of math there. Never been quite the algebra guy. Can I just say, I thought this stage was small before you got up here. And now I can feel the condensation booming off of you. Like the temperature over here went up.
Very humid. Very humid.
You're very hot for a guy built like a snowman.
It wasn't raining today. He was just sweating.
This stage ain't big enough for the 5 of us, eh?
Oh, you... so let's talk about it. How old is your adopted son?
He's 2.
He's 2.
Yep.
And how long ago did you adopt him? Brand new, or did you get it used, or like is it a lease? What is it? What are we talking about?
Brand spanking new.
Brand spanking new.
Did you get a white baby?
We did. Yeah.
Did you get to pick? Was there like a thing? Was there like was there any black babies available? Were they more expensive? A little bit cheaper? See, I had to say expensive first, or else I'm a racist.
They said, oh no, Brad Pitt got the last one.
What?
Brad Pitt got the last black one. That's it.
Yes, I know Brad Pitt comes all the way up to Spokane to get his babies, for sure.
I would.
Yeah, how does that work? How long have you been with the lady that you're with?
7 years.
7 years.
Married for 7 years together.
Married for 7 years together, and is something. I mean, I know it's a personal question, but you couldn't make a baby.
Couldn't.
You ever tried for hims.com?
Yeah. I don't think they were around back then. I don't think you were sponsoring.
Well, so. Okay. Well, have you ever tried it?
I've not.
I mean, the medicine. Like, are you having a problem with the sperm count or getting it up? What's your biggest problem?
Is it you?
Actually, they couldn't tell us.
Is it her eggs? Did you eat all of them? A good-hearted breakfast joke. A good, honest meal. You know what I mean?
Did you drink too much Surge back in the day?
Surge. I remember Surge.
Yeah, we just got it in Canada.
Was it a problem getting it inside of her? Because you could have just taped it in there, so it wouldn't fall out when he moved or something.
Are you talking about his penis?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've never done the old penis tape? Everybody knows about penis tape.
Yeah, duh.
What was the deal? What is it? Is it you? It's you.
No, they couldn't tell us.
They couldn't tell you?
Yeah, the doctor said that 1/3 of the time it's the man, 1/3 it's the woman, and 1/3 of the time they don't understand what it is, but it still works. So like the science is not
and she's
great.
Asian?
She's not. She's a white lady.
Oh, she's a white lady. Oh.
Is it math true?
No, I don't know. I thought I heard something about Asian. Oh, half age. Half your age. I thought you said half Asian.
Before you adopted, were they like, will you be able to feed this out? Oh, never mind. You can have the baby.
Yeah, so you have a brand new baby. You ever worried that it's like, you ever watched those scary movies where the baby has like a fucking, like it's a demon or something like that? You ever hear that when you're sleeping at night?
No, don't worry about it. He's the best boy.
He's the best boy. Wow, isn't that nice? Aren't you a sweet guy? The women's vaginas are just soaking wet like you are right now.
Have you seen the streets?
What?
Have you seen the streets?
The streets. Yes, the streets are wet. What are you, the fucking weather guy? No shit. We're in eastern Washington. It rains here a lot, right?
Not really.
Really? No?
It's
a Seattle thing? You guys have different clouds over here?
Is the winters really bad here?
No.
Yeah, they are. I've spent a couple weekends here in the winter. Yeah, they're not bad for you. Look at you. You're a fucking one of those room heaters. You are one.
I run hot.
You're a furnace. You're a human furnace. Has anyone ever called you that before? That should be your new nickname.
No, but I'll take it.
The human furnace. That's badass. You look like before pictures of Tom and Bert Kreischer. You look like something that they would send to each other to like make fun of one another. Like just like, hey, this is you, dude. Like, look at this one. This is you.
I don't know what you're talking about. This guy's a model in Canada.
So, Robbie, what else? How long you been on stand-up?
60 seconds.
60 seconds. First time ever, everybody. How exciting is that? In his 60 seconds, he talked about his real life, real things, his adopted son, having a girlfriend, all the stuff.
I didn't see that one coming, did you, Tony? Like, I really thought that you were a seasoned comic. Like, those were really good jokes.
I'm so nervous.
Really?
Oh, yeah, the seasoning that you felt was just everything he's eaten lately.
Well, this set brought to you by Lowry's.
Look at you. Big Bear. Hey, there it is. There she is. So, Robbie, tell us something else interesting about you. You have any anything fun facts about Robbie that we'd be excited to know? You seem like, what do? You ever do a little fucking ice cream eating competition or something like that? What are we talking about?
No, I'm lactose intolerant.
Okay. What is a fun fact about you?
You ever go ice fishing or anything like
I have.
What's
it? In Missouri, near Kansas City.
Oh, very nice.
What's it like being lactose intolerant and also having breast milk?
Oh, shit. That Canadian's getting hot. It's Robbie. How about an answer for me? What do you got? What do you do? What do you like to do? What do you do for work?
I'm a teacher.
Yeah?
College professor.
College professor? Holy shit. What do you teach? I know it's not nutrition.
Human development.
Human development. Yes, I can develop you from a medium to a XXX in no time. Wow. That's incredible. What is human development?
It's something he can't do, obviously.
Yeah.
That's why you adopt a kid.
Yeah. Ooh. Red man, you're gonna hurt his big heart. You're gonna break his enlarged heart.
His baboon heart.
My goodness, human development at college. So what is that? What is human development?
It's the study of how humans develop.
Oh, okay. Like, I mean, like, evolve or just grow? Like, what do you mean?
Through the lifespan from prenatal development all the way till death, how people develop.
Oh.
The way they learn social skills.
And interesting. Can you give us a little fun fact that probably none of us know that sort of is like really interesting that you teach in a course throughout a year? Like one little fun fact, like, when you're 75, your fucking like veins turn yellow or something like that.
So one thing is the majority of older adults, like 70 plus, still have sex. And older adults who still have sex live longer. So I always tell my students that if they love their grandparents, to call them and tell them to have sex.
Hell yeah. Wow, that's interesting. That's a good little fun fact. You're never going to be elderly, Robbie, so you're never going to have to worry about that. So have all the sex you can now. Anyway, Robbie, incredible set especially for your first time, man. You did it all right. You're talking about real shit that only you can talk about. Incredible. Way to get the party started tonight, Robbie. Thank you so much. There he goes, Robbie Cooper, everyone. We're off and running. Yeah.
Amazing.
So cool.
It's amazing because, he was better than everybody on last night's show in Idaho. Like,
Every city,
every single person put together was not as good as him.
so far, every city we go to, you shit on the city that we were at before. I don't know. Do you think those people aren't going to listen to the podcast that they were there? See? All these cities are going to be like, well, fuck you guys. All right. Somehow this name looks familiar. We're going to see what happens here, though. I can't imagine us seeing this guy before. Maybe it's someone with the same name of someone that we've seen before. Put your hands together for Graham Cox, everyone. Graham Cox.
Maybe it's just a porno guy.
I kiss the girl and I like it. Here he comes. Wow, this is exciting. One more time for Graham Cox, everybody.
Yeah, like Tony said, my name is Graham Cox, not C-O-C-K-S, but C-O-X. My mom's maiden name is Dixon, and my middle name is Richard. So we got a whole bunch of Dicks and Cox, and dicks and cocks. So if you happen to have a last name like mine, Cox, you have to think hard about what you're going to name your kid. So you don't want to name your kid Juanita, Isaac, okay. So they say it takes a lot of balls to get up here. Really doesn't it? They say it takes a lot of balls to get up here. And yeah, man, one of my balls got twisted around. It's like testicle torsion. My grandfather gave me the nickname Juan Hello.
Wow. Fuck yeah. I mean, pretty exciting, Graham. First time doing stand-up?
Yes.
Wow, that's so cool. This is very exciting. I've always wondered what it would look like if Chuck Norris fucked Pocahontas, so this is all...
Can you turn around? Can you turn around real quick? I just want to know what I'm about to make fun of. All right, cool.
All right, face that way. Okay. I'll just tell you everything. He looks like the father of the Wendy's girl.
You mean Dave Thomas?
There you go. Let the laughs breathe, everybody. He looks like Dog the Bounty Hunter's lawyer.
He looks like Willie Nelson with the Vietnams and producing hits.
He looks like what the Spin-Doctors were based off of.
My friends call me Graham Green Gables. That's the nickname given to me because I'm from Prince Edward Island, Canada.
Yeah.
On the East Coast.
Did anyone ever tell you you look like if Kid Rock was trying to be an undercover cop? Did anyone ever tell you you look like if Kid Rock was trying